11th, 2023. We are the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council. Nova, could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Barron?
Here.
Councilmember Jeremoff?
Here.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Here.
Mayor Potter?
Here.
All are present.
Okay, this is an opportunity for any member of the public to comment on the items that are in closed session today. There's one item on closed session. It's public employee performance evaluation. City Attorney, does anybody wish to comment? I don't see anybody. Okay, I'll
No
close
one.
the public comment period. We'll go to closed session. We'll be back at 4:30 at the latest. And you'll stay.
That was less than a minute.
Thank you very much.
Are we going or?
And we're going
Downstairs.
downstairs.
Feels warm.
I'll open the front door.
See you, Recording in progress.
Yeah. And it's gotten very,
I built the money to build the athletic
over at PLI. Did a good job. Those guys deserve so much. In fact, this year we had to add to the military salute, armed forces mess. We had to add the new Space Force. We didn't, nobody ever thought they would come that like that. Space Force getting rid of the ranks, and I didn't realize this is where they get. But no, we played for Rotary. Oh yeah, we've had kids from Holland, a kid from Holland, fabulous. And then we had a kid last semester that was from Germany, fabulous trumpet player. And the group is almost like a big, large jazz group. Robert, he does all the jazz tracks. He works for still does stuff. Yeah, and then I still sub for Carmel schools for their music program. And that's good. And for some reason I got involved in selecting the trying to replace their school board members. That's it. And the school board is Carl Palestine, lives down the street from me. We did the talking all the time. And I was telling yesterday, I was in Northern California, big music festival there. And some of my buddies on the street. Of course, this money for Proposition 28 will be coming out. I needed to make sure Carmel was looking at it the right way. Short thing I did was I didn't want to go to the arts instead of went to the athletic department. So you never know what's going to happen. And the governor is taking some. Here, you want some help? No, are you trapped by your coat? You don't have a coat.
With that orange suit, you must be a Giants fan, right?
I am. I'm not a big sports fan, but sure.
Okay.
And the 49ers.
Hey, Bob.
It's good to see Sam looking well. We went through really terrible issues.
Oh,
He was our congressman for 20 years.
is he really?
And then he went through some just awful health issues. He had all kinds of things, and he's recouped.
Yes, I am. So,
Are you going to move up?
I'll talk to them.
Apologize for being a little late coming out of closed session. We're actually going to continue that later this evening. So if we could, could we go ahead and get a roll call over, please?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Barron?
Here.
Councilmember Jeremov?
Here.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Here.
Mayor Potter?
Here.
All are present.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well done. All righty. The first item under extraordinary business is, where are my glasses? Is the, hold on a second. Friends of the Library Proclamation. Ashley, there you are. All right. Sign it.
All right, well, the mayor puts his official John Hancock on the proclamation to the Friends. I will start off. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm Ashley Wright, the library director, so the Friends are very important to us. Whereas the Friends of the Harrison Memorial Library were formed on March 4th, 1971, with Henry Mead Williams as its president. And whereas since their inception, the Friends have been dedicated to highlighting on an ongoing basis the fact that our library is the cornerstone of the community, providing opportunities for all to engage in the joy of lifelong learning and connect with the thoughts and ideas of others from ages past to the present. And whereas the Friends have held numerous benefits and programs to raise over $500,000 for the library over the years, including the very popular annual book sale, which is in its 50th and final year. And whereas during the pandemic, the Friends pivoted to provide free books to the community in the book shrines when the library was closed, which were a lifeline to many, and have now become a regular fixture at the weekly farmers market. Whereas the Friends' gift of their time and commitment to the library sets an example of how volunteerism leads to positive civic engagement and the betterment of our community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Mayor Dave Potter, on behalf of the council, urges everyone to join the Friends of the Library and to thank them for all that they do to make our library and community so much better. And I will ask Ann Rourke to come up. She is a longtime member who grew up with the original founder, Harriet Harrell, and the Friends are just so near and dear to us, and they've done so many wonderful things, and it's just such hard work for all of us. And thank you, Friends, for all that you do and for being one of our city support groups.
Thank you.
All right, and now you are official.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you want to say anything to everybody, you can, but come to the book sale at the end of the
Exactly. The book sale is Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and I'd like to see every one of your faces there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that whereas the Friends' gift of their time and commitment to the library sets an example of how volunteerism leads to positive civic engagement and the betterment of the community could not be more true. It's really, we pride ourselves on our volunteers, and you guys have done an excellent job over the years. Sorry to say this is the final year of the book sale, but it has been an incredible journey, so well done. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. All right, that then moves us on to the introduction of new city employees. Chip?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I remember a long time ago I had a discussion with a former senior colleague. He was a former city manager, and I was talking about the city family, those being our residents and our council and our boards and commission members, and certainly our staff. And he said, well, this isn't your family, Chip. Your family's at home. And I very civilly, of course, disagreed with him. And it's so just really my honor to thank the people I'm about to introduce and to welcome them to the city. Some have been here for several months, and we try to do this every 6 months or so, Mr. Mayor. And welcome them to our city family. And so without further ado, maybe you could come up, and I'll try not to ad lib too much, but a repeat offender is Mary Bilsey. Mary and I worked together when she had better hair and I had less hair.
Better.
Yeah, she still has better hair. Mary worked. She's a planner by trade and training, and is our new environmental programs manager. And so, welcome back, Mary. Thank you for your service. Marissa Bermudez, she had to go home. She wasn't feeling well, but we stole her from the city of Watsonville. She had a long career there, and we were fortunate to get her. She's our payroll specialist, very important function in the city, so she couldn't be here. Amy Liff, who is one of our new police dispatchers, and Chief, I think that she has a conflict as well.
Yes,
He's probably
Amy Lynn and Tim, they both worked the night shift last night, and they have to work tonight, so they're home sleeping.
Yeah, Tim Ament is one of our new police officers. He's been here for a little while, but you'll see him on the street. Very, very approachable and friendly police officer. Javier Hernandez, I know Javier is here. Javier is implementing all the capital projects that we've had, and thank you for joining us. We stole him from the city of Salinas. Prior to that, he was with the city of Monterey, a professional engineer, and he'll be implementing all the projects, our pet projects that we have. So thank you, Javier, welcome, and thank you for your service. Sarah Cohen, is Sarah here? I don't see Sarah. A new librarian. Thank you, Ashley, and so she'll fit in very well. I'm working with the community, and so thank you, Sarah, for your service and welcome. Jane Hogan, you've met Jane. Jane is our finance manager, someone who came from the private sector last November, December. She's the one who really put the budget together for you this year, and so we're very, very grateful for all of your efforts and your extra efforts. So welcome, Jane Hogan. Sierra Hampton-Eng, also from the library, not able to join us today, but Sierra, thank you for your service in the library. David Saldivar, I saw David. Welcome, David. You'll see David on the streets, and you know, we certainly encourage the members of the public to say hello and introduce themselves. And again, we're attracting very not only competent staff, including David, but very friendly staff as well. So please don't hesitate to say hello. I talked about Timothy Mend. Right in front of David is Gilbert Tamayo. Welcome, dear Gilbert. Thank you so much for your service and being here. Justin Ono sitting right next to him. Justin actually doesn't start until next Monday. He's our new city forester. By a way of background, he specializes in urbanized. Yeah. Don't scare him off just yet. He specializes in urbanized forests, which is what we live in here. So thank you, Justin, and welcome, and looking forward to working with you. And I think the last person we have is Rachel Gaither from the library. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Look forward to seeing you. I'll be checking out books. My mother does tell me I'm the slowest reader she's ever met. She works in the library now in retirement. So thank you all, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for taking a couple of minutes to welcome our new family members.
Thank you, Chip. Honestly, I appreciate that. I do think it's important we realize that we can't get anything done around here as council members. We can set policy, but the implementation of policy and carrying out the wishes of the public is demanding. So, no, I meant that intentionally. So anyway, I want to thank you for taking the time to come forward, and thank you for your service. All right, why don't we then move on to the presentation of Carmel-by-the-Sea's website updates? Ashley?
All right.
I think Ashley and Emily are going to tag team this, and as they're setting up, we did hear the feedback that you and the members of the public provided. And so hopefully this is responsive to it. Ashley had me pull out my personal cell phone the other day to be able to click around on my cell phone to make sure I could access agendas and the like, some things that didn't have quite the capabilities until this refresh.
Kind of true, yes. So, yes. Absolutely, yeah. So in the spring of 2018, we launched a new website using the company Digital Deployment that's been managing the website for us since then. This is what the website, if you want to go on Internet Archive and nerd out like I like to do sometimes, this is what it looked like 1 year ago today, exactly, actually. Internet Archive Wayback Machine, you can go pretty far back with archived web pages, and it's an interesting task to thing to undertake to look back at where we've come as a city in terms of the information we're able to provide to the public. So 4 or 5 year mark for websites, good best practices, is it's about time for a refresh. So not just new colors, but what new functionalities are now available to us. So this launched on Friday. I don't know if anybody noticed. We've been furiously working on little buggy things that you think you got a handle on, but that come up. So what we did was, in terms of concept for colors, we asked the designers to take colors, because we've been so very, very, very blue for so long, to pull some colors from our city seal and some inspiration from around us. So we have this nice red band, which will be helpful, especially in emergency times or storm warnings and things like that. You'll notice at the top in that bright gold color, we've called out the beach rules. And the library and visitors on the side. Visitors, we get a lot of foot traffic for people just typing in Carmel-by-the-Sea, so that directs them directly to Visit Carmel now. And I can tell you there was one time I switched out one of the buttons for Visit Carmel, and I heard about it because it's good referrals for, there's 2 different types of searches for Carmel-by-the-Sea. Either you want to get into the meat or permit applications, or you're a hotel person. There's not a lot of in between. Again, front and center, we have buttons that are just laid out a little bit differently. You'll notice the report a problem. When you're looking at this on your mobile device, as you scroll down your phone, it's front and center at the top. We've had this in place since the beginning of the website in 2018, and since then we've had 2,561 problems reported. Usually those are, a good chunk of those, probably 2/3, are tree-related items, but a stop sign fell down, or I have a question about a meeting, or a local history question. And so Nova and Leslie and I work to field those out to the departments. They go and people get a response back. And I can tell you, shout out to one of our VIPs, Paul Fallworth. He's out there doing his walks around, and he uses this constantly. We get maybe 1 or 2 a week from him, so he's a good chunk of that. That's about 42 tickets per month for that, which is handy for us as staff. We can't be everywhere all at once, and it's a good place for people to start when they have questions and they don't know where to go. Again, beach rules, municipal code, and a lot of these things are placed where they are because of phone calls that we get, email requests. So what are the things that people are looking for most often? We want those front and center for the least amount of clicks. And as part of this exercise, we did, a review of the hierarchies and where we had things, and really revamped that. I don't know if anybody noticed, that was before we even changed over colors and anything, so back in February. And on average, we get about 11,000 visitors to our website per month, which is impressive, especially since that's not quite our population. And that's a combination of visitors and people who are returning to the site. Over half of those who are coming to our site are using mobile devices and tablets. The rest are desktop. So I think about these things when I lay out buttons and rearrange things, what shows up on top for people that are scrolling through on their phone. Because sitting down and looking for something on your desktop computer, like if you're looking for a report or something, is a much different activity than I just noticed something's broken on the sidewalk and I want to let the city know right now. So how do we balance those 2 things and those kinds of needs? We also changed up some of our layouts so that people aren't scrolling for pages and pages, that things are clear and buttons are looking out, and we are thinking about accessibility. And by that, I mean not only you can see we have our new accessibility menu over here, but the language that we use. So plain government language, this is a federal mandate, and it hasn't come down to municipal governments yet, but how can we avoid the use of acronyms and jargon and make it clear for everybody so they can navigate through our website and they know what's going on. And so we continue to work on these things. I'm going to be getting back onto my regular schedule for meeting with our website group, which is representatives from each of the city department, where we meet on a annual, semi-annual, quarterly basis, if I can get everybody together, to help each other on our pages, to do audits of our content and make sure things stay dynamic, and that we're meeting community needs, and people know how to update the website, upload documents, share information if and when they need to. I will say, when I first started working here, it was very static. We had like an outside person who was making updates. It was always a nail biter to get the agenda packets posted, and now it's so easy. And I get to be the person that does training for new staff, and so far everybody's just jumped in and done a great job. We also on the homepage have additional space for more articles, things that we want to spotlight, and that kind of goes up and down during the year, depending. So we're going into special event season. What's the planning department doing? What are ad hoc committees doing? Oh, wait, we're in a lull and we only have one post. So now we have the options for multiple posts here on the homepage. So I would ask that, if you are poking around either on your phone or on your desktop, to take a look at what we have. Send me tickets if you see something's not working. I feel like between Emily and I, who's been my partner in crime on this project, we've clicked every single button and link, but it is always tricky when you're doing a migration. So just some more, hopefully, cleanup format types of things that just make it clear and easier for people to navigate our website. And that's it. So happy to answer questions, or like I said, please send me emails. Call me, report a problem, and that way I can change things up and fix them as we're kind of working through some of the last bits and bobs of bugs.
Could you just demonstrate the reported problem?
You bet. And if you've got your phone handy, I would ask you to look on your phone as well. We have the report a problem button both on the home page, but also under department contacts. So if somebody is like, I don't even know who to report this to, it's just a simple form. And once you do the form, you'll get a message back that we've received your comment and someone will be in touch with you. City staff will be responding back on this item. So it's describing the problem, telling us where it is. People have the option to upload photos, which is very helpful, so we can see what the actual problem looks like. And most of the time, I would say people do use that photo function. So it's very handy. We did, I think, initially have the size of the photo limit too low, but we raised that up. So if you're sending it from your iPhone, from your Android, should be no problems at all. Bobby, yes.
Quick question. Who is it linked with? Did you say it's linked to Visit Carmel?
Yeah, so if you click on this visitors tab up here at the very top, that'll go directly to Visit Carmel. And
what about the chamber? Does the chamber have a link to it?
The chamber doesn't have a link to it at this point in time. And that's something that we can talk about, who's linked where and how we're linking. I know we just added a great page I worked with Tom Forden, the Public Works Department, on a volunteer page where we have all of our community groups listed, and I would think we would have the chamber listed here as well for the visitor center volunteers. Doesn't look like we do, so that's an oversight. But we can talk about is it there? Good. Very good.
Yeah. Okay.
In terms of that, and and so for the visitors, the thinking is heads and beds, as we talk about at those meetings, and the inclusive package of visiting. But I love the thought and the suggestion on where you're going with it.
And they have this on theirs, right? So do they have a link on their page to us?
To us? I don't know. I haven't poked around. I'm usually looking at their calendar or figuring something else out. But yeah, I mean, as much as we can, there's a balance with linking out to places and what is the purpose and what does our foot traffic look like for some of those things and the demand for those things. I mean, in the end, I think that our city website, the point of our city website is to get people information about what you all do. So how can they participate in the government process? The visitors is to help people get to where they need to go. That's not us. So this is
Rotary.
I want to
Oh,
be
yeah.
inclusive with our community partners as possible, but it can't be the everything website, and I want to make sure we're meeting people's needs when they need to find how to fill out a permit application, they want to find the latest parking study, all of that that's less glamorous and fun than things that like the chamber mixers and things like that. And there's other ways for us to do that too, like the Friday letter and library newsletter, all of those things where we can continue to strengthen those partnerships.
Ashley, thank you.
Actually, is there a part for volunteers?
Yes, so that's this page here. So these are all the groups where you can participate. You can, groups that you can participate with for like volunteering activities. We did have, and we do have a space for if you want to volunteer for the city, but with the pandemic and coming out of that, recruiting new volunteers it's something that kind of happened organically, haphazardly. I think the library, in terms of uses more volunteers than any of the other departments that have gone through the volunteer application process. Councilmember Barron was one of our volunteers for a spell there. So I want to make sure that when we do that, we have the capacity, staff has capacity to that. So this is driving people to groups like Carmel Cares that are doing great things around the village, that and Carmel Foundation, Youth Center, other groups that might be looking for volunteer help.
I've got a question. Is there a way to search the agenda that goes back, like let's say there's an issue you wanted to find out more about, but you don't remember what meeting it was at? Can you put in a search and then have that come up?
Search by the item search. I have not tried that out anymore, but the functionality is supposed to be there. That section of the website's a little different because it's an iframe that we have from an outside vendor, but you should be able to search. You should be able to search by topic, item level, with just putting it in, like anything that has to do with tree trimming or whatever. It'll bring up all the staff reports or all the meetings that it appeared at.
Okay, or if it's a specific thing, like let's say Flanders Mansion or something, if it was discussed, that would come up. If you
That
did
would.
search.
Going back to a certain amount of time, and I think the year is 2011, and that was about the time we started broadcasting meetings, and really we're starting to get things up on the website.
Okay, so it'll give you a link to the video and to the agenda packet that was part of that meeting?
For the video, it'll go back to 2018 as well, because we had just finished the transfer over to the new agenda management system from doing it just literally by hand and gluing pages together. But we'll have those going back to about that far on the website.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, guys, thank you, Ashley. Emily, thank you very much. I've always said the art of good government is communication. The more we can develop tools that'll improve our communication, better off we'll be. Thank you. All right, our next item is public appearance. This is an item, opportunity for any member of the public to comment on an item that is not on tonight's agenda. 3-minute limitation on that testimony. State your name for the record, I'd appreciate it. Is anybody in the room wishing to come forward?
Hi, I'm D.L. Johnson. I'm your rep to the TAMSI board, and the reason why I'm here today, just quickly, I met with Robert it was about a week and a half ago, and over 2 issues that I think I would have liked to have been involved with, but somehow I didn't get the word. One has to do with the Wayfind sign program. I was on the original design committee to put that together, and as you see, Monterey and Pacific Grove have gone hog wild on those signs. They're all over the cities now. We have none. And I understand there are issues, and I understand the philosophy of Carmel-by-the-Sea, and we do have signs, but I might want to point out that some of those signs you can't even see anymore. They're either the paint has faded or they're covered by bushes. And so the whole idea of the Wayfind sign program dealt with a lot of it had to do with the tourists that are coming into the community and don't know where to go. They come down Ocean Avenue here, they don't really see the sign off to the right because it's covered by bushes now, and they don't know where to go. And I would love to see Carmel at least put up a few very critical ones that would guide tourists in the right direction, get them going in the right way. I'm not asking them to put up a whole bunch. I think there were 8 that you guys came up with. Robert said there was a misunderstanding between TAMSI and the city over this. I talked with Todd Muck, who's the executive director. He informed me that he's going to have his staff come back to all the cities where there was some kind of a misunderstanding or they didn't agree, to make sure that you still have advocates. That's a free service to you, and I hope you guys will take advantage of that. If there's any further discussions, I hope I get contacted. The other thing is, I've been bombarded I've been on the board representing your community for 10 years, and I've been bombarded by the lack of a bicycle trail through this town. It isn't that they want a separate trail. They just want guidance, a path, which way to go. And the problem doesn't start in Carmel. It starts up at Carpenter and Highway 1, where the bicyclists do not know which way to go from that point, and Highway 1 is not advised. And they call it the curve of death. You know, if you talk to the bicyclists, they don't want to go that way. They want to come down through town. And unless they know the secret route that goes back along the side of the road going down Hatton Road, and that way, then you got to make a couple of left turns, otherwise you're going to miss it and get off somewhere else. They would rather come down and park somewhere in town. They want to take their break in town. And right now, they're skipping your town. They're going down one, and they're going to Starbucks instead. So I wanted to let you know, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Again, it's great to see everybody here, especially Sam Farr. I've known him for so many years.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Hi, I'm Ken Ward. I'm representing the Monterey County Pops Symphony Board, and where the symphony gives free concerts on holidays all around the county. We've been in every city except 2. And so why I'm here is that we've been in almost every city, and I have to tell you, the cooperation from the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea is at the top, way ahead of any other city. For some reason, you folks, your maintenance, your staff, really come to the top. So our board is going to recognize one person who was at the 4th of July concert in Devendorf Park, one of your staff. She was there before both the board members got there at 9 o'clock, and she left sometime late in the afternoon. And working with Ashley and this young lady are kind of special because they solve problems instead of put them in front of you. You've probably been through that. They put them in, they solve them before you really have to get too much. So could Leslie Fenton come up, please? We'd like to give her something here. There's a television show where one of the characters says, "Dynamite." Remember that one? That's Dynamite. So Leslie, we're going to thank you. And I want you to see this because I had a hard time figuring it out myself. It's a live rose in a thing of water. And you can change the rose anytime you want, or an orchid or anything like that. So Leslie, on behalf of the Monterey County Pops Board of Directors, thanks for everything you've done. The last 3 years you've been great. And with you and Ashley working there, you're going to be on top every year. Thanks.
Thank you.
Nicely done, Karen. Much appreciated. You can testify anytime in that manner. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Good evening. Thanks for everything, all of it you guys do. Appreciate it. Nancy Toomey, and I'm going to raise an item that I believe is going to get some more future agenda time in some way or different meetings. But that's of the rollout of the flock cameras, security cameras around town. And appreciate the reply that I got from Jeff on the inquiry that I put back to him. And understand that we're looking for more transparency in the rollout of those cameras, where they're going to be placed, how they really work, etc. Since that was an approved agenda item, which is a good thing. We want the cameras. It's just a matter of how is that going to be deployed throughout the city and what do they really do, the locations, etc. The one point that I would emphasize is that the concern is, or at least one of the concerns, is with regard to the clutter, visual clutter, that can happen through signage, through placements of cell towers, through placements of security cameras, et cetera. That's something that this town has got a long history about caring about, the visual clutter and the look and feel and charm of the village. We love the thought of incremental security. That's a good thing. It's just a matter of will the rollout of these cameras provide a slippery slope that would be enabled by the cell tower rollout, which is an ongoing thing that we have yet to resolve on where the placements of those are in the residential areas, and just kind of wanted to flesh that out, understand the pros and the cons, and where that can be delivered to the goals that we're looking for out of that project. So, thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Appreciate your testimony. Is anybody else in the room wishing to speak?
Carol Hall, Mr. Mayor, council, staff, public. It occurred to me this last week that many topics being addressed in Carmel are born of fear. Well-known quotes tell us there's nothing to fear but fear itself, and don't ever make decisions based on fear. I think we are in danger of doing just that. For example, the storms of this past winter have whipped up a frenzy of concern that every tree towering over us will kill us eventually, with the result that our forest is thinning and we are in danger of losing our unique character. Likewise, the fear of fires drives us to cut down trees, clear vegetation, and encourages unsightly metal roofs in our homes. The housing mandate from the state and their bullying threats against local control have forced us to scurry to meet their demands out of fear. The fear of crime has encouraged a plan to spread tall poles with solar panels and cameras around town, not just at ingress and egress points, because these must be placed where sun hits them. They cannot be easily hidden. A police state comes to mind. Each of these concerns erodes the special character of our village in the forest. Let's step back and look at the big picture. Let's act with positivity, not fear. Obviously, there are at least two sides to every issue, but let's not act precipitously when long-term effects of hasty decisions are essentially irreversible. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Appreciate it. Anybody else in the room wishing to speak tonight? I'll go out to Zoom World 941, phone number landing in 941. You have the floor.
Hi, Mayor Potter and City Council members. This is Christy Hollenbeck. I hope you all had a good 4th of July weekend, or week. I was walking around the neighborhood last week, and as Nancy and Carol said, I was shocked to find a large black pole with a solar panel and camera right next to a home on Monteverde and 8th. I definitely do not want unsightly poles like this in our residential neighborhoods. Many people already have cameras on their homes, and they can feed them directly to the police station if they choose to do that. The camera systems residents have in place are much less intrusive than the big black poles. Many new cars also have cameras. I feel like the public was not properly notified and did not consent to having poles next to homes. We'd like to know where is the map of the proposed site, and why was this important decision not brought to the public rather than being just a consent agenda item? These surveillance cameras do not belong in residential neighborhoods. I'm concerned that the new poles could possibly be used by telecom companies, and they absolutely do not fit with the character of Carmel. I think we all need to remember a wise quote from Ben Franklin: "Those who would give up an essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." The other item I'm concerned about is the large fee increases. I think many elderly residents are on fixed incomes, and not everyone who lives in Carmel is wealthy. The fees seem exorbitant.
Excuse me, that's an agendized item.
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Okay. And it just feels like we're being pushed into a lot of change, and we need to think about the changes that we're making and how they're going to affect our beautiful community. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else wishing to? Janice Bradner, I think you have your hand. Janice, and then followed by Neil Cruz. Janice? Janice?
As a resident, I want to support the others who have spoken out against the LPR cameras in town. While we fully support having those license plate reader cameras in town, I think we all assume that they would be placed at access points to the city, like Rio Road, Atherton, Ocean, Carpenter, Camino del Monte, etc. So I was surprised to find one across the street from my house on Junipero, which is north of 10th. I was also surprised that they didn't replace the cameras that we already currently have at access points in the city that are fairly innocuous. I'd like to ask the city to reconsider the placement of the cameras and restrict them to access points to the city and mount them on telephone poles so they're not so obvious. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janice. Neil, your floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, City Council, and residents of Carmel. What has happened to our beloved village? There's an old saying, give them an inch and they'll take a mile. Started out, we had a 3-term mayor who discouraged local volunteerism, displaced some of our local department heads, farmed out city services and management of the Sunset Center to outside agencies, even against the protests of the residents. Critical letters to the editor were greeted with angry phone calls. I remember some of us saying it was the first time ever in Carmel that we began looking over our shoulders before we spoke. It's called fear of government, and it's very real. We used to use our own people to solve our own problems, our own architects, our own landscapers, our own engineers, and if nothing else, a group of locals that focused on an issue and figured out exactly what it needed. Not anymore. Increasingly, our council is responding to government edicts and agencies outside of our village, AMBAG, League of Cities, and to an ever increasing degree, the state of California. And oh, let us not forget to mention the consultants. Ah, yes. What could we do without our beloved consultants charging exorbitant fees and not caring one iota for how Carmel is different from every other city in this state? Please don't take this the wrong way, but if we're going to have consultants tell us what to do in virtually every area of our city, then what do we need you for? On the Jesse Kelly show last Friday, KION Radio, he talked about something called overwhelming force. And what he said, the way this is used is an agency starts to pass bills, the residents rise up to protest those bills, but before they can, another bill is passed, and they drop the first bill and organize for the next bill, but before they can protest that, still another bill is passed. Eventually, the residents wear out, they give up, and they let whatever happens happen. This is my impassioned call to the residents of Carmel. We must show support for the council members who side with us on reestablishing local control. If we don't show up and speak loudly, you are leaving our council members to face the behemoths of county and state governments alone. They need to know we are behind them if we expect them to make this stand to protect Carmel from outside agencies and forces that could care less for our beloved village character. We will not survive these changes without your voices being heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight in the Zoom world? I don't see anybody. Nova?
There are no hands raised.
Is there anybody else in the room here wishing to speak tonight? If you want to speak, come forward now.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Melanie Billig. Well, I want to thank you for something I was going to ask a big question about. Where is the city forester? And I was so thrilled tonight to find out that we finally have one, especially since the forest is in such desperate shape. And so I really want to tell you how much a whole lot of people in this community appreciate that you finally found somebody, and I'm sure he's very, very good. One thing I wanted to say quickly is I was really shocked about these cameras in the residential area of Carmel. I mean, this is totally antithetical to how we say our village. And, you know, if you've got the cameras on the periphery of the village and at the egresses and exits, that seems to be sufficient. I mean, we don't need them all over the place in the village, especially in residential areas. This kind of proliferation of junk, which I call it, in the residential areas totally takes away from the character of Carmel. I mean, that's not who we are. And especially when we don't have a chance to really understand that this is what you're considering, and then it passes, and the only way we know about it is because we run into one right in front of us when we're walking or driving. So please reconsider what you're doing. It'll save you a lot of money, too. Thank you so much.
Melanie, thank you for your testimony. It's good to see you back, by the way.
Oh, thank you very much, Mayor.
All right, is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight before I close public testimony? I don't see anybody. We'll close public testimony, move us on to announcements. City Administrator.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to thank the council and the community again, and the fine work that the staff did, especially Maxine and Brandon, department heads, for my time away from our fair village, for visiting Grandma, my mother, back east, and the Potters. Thank you for your hospitality. Just a reminder that tomorrow at 6 p.m. at Vista Lobos, tomorrow Wednesday, there is the first meeting of the Forest Management Plan. This is a community meeting. It's going to be much like the kickoff for our design traditions, where people get to express their thoughts about what the urbanized village should look like, the urbanized forest should look like. So please come to that, and hopefully we'll get Justin there as well. Just a reminder that the Planning Commission is scheduled to review the wireless telecommunications ordinance on the 23rd of August. I believe that's a Wednesday, Brandon. So we'll certainly broadcast copies of the agenda report and the newest draft that we have, and then the council will be poised to. You've heard about this quite a bit, obviously, but be poised to review that at your September meeting. We did receive a $40,000 grant from the state to further update our historic context statement. So we do have an item going before the Coastal Commission tomorrow to update into our contemporary, our modern, our postmodern buildings through 1965. And tomorrow this is reviewed and approved hopefully by the Coastal Commission, and again this will continue to provide that update and make it a more approachable document. And then lastly, on the flock camera system that was previously approved by council, and just we have put a stop to the installation of any more poles or cameras at this point in time. The existing cameras that are on the periphery, ingress and egress to our city, are being replaced, so those will house the new cameras. And we're going to meet with the flock representatives this Friday to look at how we can mitigate impacts and whether the coverage that they laid out is really necessary. Chief Watkins is on the lead, Brandon, Bob, myself. And Mr. Mayor, the mayor and I spoke about this, and it would be appropriate to have a subcommittee an ad hoc subcommittee of the council to work with us so we can get all the information out and answer the questions that the public has asked before proceeding anymore. So with your indulgence, I'll work with the mayor. I know Councilmember Dramoff has volunteered for that, so I'll work with the mayor in the next couple days to try to find another one of you to help out on that little ad hoc committee. And that's what I have, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Thank you, Chip. Any questions for council members? Alessandra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Chip, for the comments that you just made. I want to thank everyone from the public who spoke with their concerns about the cameras. And I do not only hear you, I also share those concerns. And I do worry that this is a slippery slope. As you know, I ran for office on beautification, protection of our character and preservation of our village character, and certainly also public safety. So I would like to find a way that we can come together with staff and find how we can make these fit in our community and not be a visual clutter, a visual eyesore. And thank you, Chip, for everything that you just stated. And I do support this halt, and I think we need this time out to be able to really find the answers and work on finding a way to make these work that to mitigate the visual clutter, because right now that is really a concern. You see these and they are just completely out of character. We don't have street lights in our residential areas, and all of a sudden we're seeing one of these poles with the solar panel on top, and it just really does not fit in. So I'm glad to be part of this ad hoc committee, and I look forward to working with the rest of the staff members on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandra. Any other comments by council members? Don't see anybody. All right, why don't we move on then to the consent calendar? There's 11 items on the consent calendar.
Wait a minute, didn't we have city attorney?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have no announcements tonight.
There you go, that's what I thought. Thank you, Brian. All right, the city council members, I'll ask again, are there any other announcements by council members?
Yes. I had the pleasure of representing the city council at the Monterey Pops Council the other day. Thank you very much, Mayor, for inviting me to do that. And it was a terrific day. It was well attended. It was probably good that the sun didn't come out and bake us. The music was great. And I just thank Ken White. I thanked him the other day, I think he's left now, for bringing the Pops to Carmel. It has really been a wonderful event. And this year the Lions joined and served refreshments and lots of hot dogs up there. And yes, Leslie and Ashley did a fantastic job. Carmel Cares decorated the park. It was a wonderful event, and I look forward to seeing it back next year.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for standing in for me. I appreciate that. Is there anybody else wishing to comment? All right, seeing none, now I'll try to move to the consent calendar. We're going to give items 1 through 11. Is there anybody on council wishing to pull an item?
I'd like to pull item number 11, please.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item 11. Anybody else on council? Anybody in the public wishing to pull an item? Anybody in Zoom? Don't see anybody. All right, why don't we move items 1 through 10, then by motion we'll then go to item 11.
I'll move 1 through 10.
Second.
Motion is second. Nova, could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramov?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Yeah, item number 11 is an amendment to an agreement with EMC Planning for an amount not to exceed $40,455 for services provided to go ahead and prepare an initial study in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, and the increase in the fee total cost to $279,600. Alessandra, do you want to get a staff presentation on this first?
Oh, do you want me to ask my question after the staff presentation?
You want to know your staff presentation, or you just want to make a statement?
Sure, because I do have a question as far as why this wasn't included as part of the whole.
Greetings, Mayor and Council. I guess I'll wait to hear the question, but just as a brief overview, as a reminder, back in February, I think Chip wants to. Did you want me to talk?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay. Sorry, I apologize. So just as a brief reminder, back in February, there was a staff report that we brought to you with the initial contract for EMC to do our housing element update. And in that staff report, we discussed how CEQA was going to be handled. So not to go too technically nerdy on CEQA stuff for you, because I could, but because it's so fun to talk about. But generally, you don't know what CEQA approach you need to take on a housing element update until you've gone a little farther down the road to determine what the programs will look like and if you're going to do any major zoning changes. So if you're doing a bunch of zoning changes on the housing element update, you're going to find yourself doing an environmental document like an EIR, which could be between $200,000 and $500,000 depending on it. Or if you do nothing at all, you would find yourself doing a categorical exemption, which the documentation would be $10,000, $15,000. Where we find ourselves now is likely doing an initial study with either a mitigated negative declaration or just a negative declaration. So that's sort of the middle road item, which is anywhere between $40,000 and $50,000. If you go back and look at that staff report from February, we did have that included as an optional item, but we didn't include it in the budget because we didn't know what that number would be. The staff report discusses coming back at a later time, which we're here for now, to ask for that money. Again, all of the work being done on our housing element is paid for by grants, state-funded grants, under the SB2 REAP and LEAP project grants. So it's fully funded by state grants. It's not coming out of the general fund or anything like that. But that's the background on this. it was originally talked about in February, but we're now at the point where we understand what the secret documentation is going to be, and we've gotten a quote for that optional task.
Okay. Alessandra, do you have questions that were in
No, that pretty much covers it. I mean, I was concerned with why it wasn't in the initial report, but your explanation as to why we needed to, wait is helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item? I don't see anybody. Okay, why don't we bring it back for action then? Council members.
I move approval.
Motion, we have a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramall?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Alrighty, then let's move on to item number 12, which is an update of the housing element public review draft. Marnie, I believe you've got this. Welcome. Yes.
I'm asking for IT support to help show the.
I see smoke coming out of here. Those wheels are turning fast.
Yeah.
I know, we're trying to stay cool.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. So I am here before you this afternoon to give you an update on the public review draft of the housing element. My presentation is a bit long, so just appreciate your patience as I go through these slides, and I'll do my best to stay concise. So for tonight's presentation, we're going to start with a very brief kind of overview and background on the project, as well as our timeline going forward. So as we continue to progress, we refine our timeline. So we're going to, share those updates with you. Also, we're going to talk a little bit about some of our responses to the common concerns that we've heard expressed throughout this process. To date, we've had 5 community meetings, and then our last meeting with the Joint City Council Planning Commission, we got some really good feedback. So we want to provide some initial responses to those concerns, and then just also reassure everyone that their comments have been captured, and we will be responding to each of them individually, and there will be more information on that at the August 1st meeting. And then lastly, we're looking for policy direction tonight on certain topics, and this will help us complete some revisions to the document and really get it ready for submittal to the state. So really quick background, the housing element is one of many chapters of our general plan. It is a state mandated element, and it's required to be updated every 8 years. Our role is to identify policies, programs, and actions within the housing element that will encourage and incentivize the development of housing. So every community in California has this obligation to provide a share of the statewide housing need. And Carmel's share for this upcoming 8 years is 349 new housing units. Just a reminder, the city is not constructing any housing. We're simply preparing a plan and setting policy that will facilitate private development over the next 8 years. So if you're just joining us to the conversation, again, we've had 5 meetings so far. We've posted all the information from those 5 meetings on our website, so please do check it out. And just real high level, how we got to our 349 units, it really does start at the state level. The state determined that 2.5 million housing units are needed. And of that number, they've distributed over 33,000 to our region, which is Monterey and Santa Cruz counties. And from there, at the regional level, that number's been parsed out to the cities and counties, and our share is 349 units. So our project timeline, we released our public review draft on June 5th. That started a 30-day public review period, which ended on July 6th. Tonight, we're giving you a progress update and again, asking for that policy direction. Then we're gonna go back, make some revisions to the draft document. We're going to prepare responses to all the public comments that we've received, and then we'll be back before you on August 1st with an updated draft, seeking your blessing just before we submit to the state for our 90-day review. So big picture timeline, we do hope to submit that draft housing element in early August. Between August and October, the state has a 90-day review period. We do hope that to be able to check in with them about halfway through that review and see how things are going, but it's really going to be dependent upon their workload if they'll be able to accommodate that. But while the state is reviewing our document, we'll be starting our environmental review. Then in November is when we expect to get any comments that the state has back to us. Those will come in the form of a letter. We will review those comments, revise our document accordingly, and resubmit to the state. What we're hoping to get by the end of this year, by December, is a letter that says that our document is in substantial compliance with state law, and we can move forward with adoption, and it will be certified. Originally, we hoped that we could do that by the deadline in December. We're still working very hard to stick to that timeline, but I think the reality is our timeline has slipped a little bit, and it's pushing us into kind of the winter of 2024. If we receive comments back from the state and we revise our document and we send it back to them, they have up to 60 days to review those revisions. So that pushes us out into the winter of 2024. But the good news is there is a 120-day grace period. So following the December deadline, we do have an additional 120 days to finish up our document, and there would be no penalties. So now I'm going to go over some of the common concerns that we've heard to date. And just from the very beginning, we kind of heard, do we have to? 349 units is a tall order, especially considering the last two housing element cycles, we were planning for 30 units each time. So it was a little bit of a shock, but yes, we do have to do this. The governor has declared a statewide housing crisis, and the housing element is our local policy document that will address our local housing needs. So we're trying to facilitate the creation of more housing units. We're trying to diversify our housing stock, remove any constraints that might be preventing housing from being developed, and then creating some incentives to really encourage that production. Another common concern that has come up is this concept of builder's remedy. And builder's remedy really is just a loophole in the state law that has come to light during this cycle of housing element updates. And what it does is it allows developers to circumvent the local planning process and obtain a by right approval of their project when a community has a housing element that is out of compliance. Right now, Carmel is in compliance. We have a certified housing element, and that housing element does not expire or does not end until the end of this year. So we are currently in compliance. The end of the year is the deadline for our update, and as I just mentioned, we anticipate kind of spilling over into the 120-day grace period. And while the state has no penalties to achieve certification, we do have some risk of being subject to builder's remedy during that time frame where we're working towards getting that final certification. And really, the best way to protect ourselves is going to be through adopting objective design standards. And we'll talk about this a little bit more tonight. But objective design standards really will uphold our design traditions without requiring a formal design review process. And this is really the best way to safeguard us against builder's remedy. So we'll talk a little bit more about design standards in a moment. The next concern we've heard is we have no water, which is true. We're still under the state-imposed cease and desist order, and we do not have enough water resources to serve our allocation of 349 new units. However, it is important for us to have a housing plan in place so that when these water resources do become available, we're able to support new housing. So again, our housing element is going to be a policy document that spans over the next 8 years. We certainly hope that some additional water resources will come online during that time. But if it does not, and we're not able to facilitate the amount of new housing that the state hopes that we can achieve, we simply will report that to them and let them know. So it's a little bit beyond our control, but we want to do our best to plan for and sort of pave the way for these new units with some optimism that water is coming. Another concern is that Carmel is built out. And I can see how on the face of it, you might think that because you kind of look around the village and you don't see a lot of vacant properties. There aren't large, swaths of land that are ripe for new development. But there are opportunities to add new housing units. And we've really focused on second-story additions in our commercial area, conversion of vacant office space, as well as redevelopment of underutilized sites. And we really believe that we can plan for 349 units within the framework that we have today under our current general plan and our current zoning. There is adequate housing capacity. We have to be creative, and we certainly need to create some incentives, but the capacity is there. The next concern really is with the concept of multifamily housing and how that is going to impact the character and the feel of Carmel. So the basic definition of multifamily is 2 or more dwelling units. So a multifamily is a duplex, it's a triplex, it's also a 10-unit apartment complex. So it's a lot of different things. And a mixed-use building is also considered multifamily if it has 2 or more units. And so I just say that to try to get you thinking about the different buildings that we have in Carmel. It's more than just a traditional multi-unit apartment complex. It looks different in different areas. And 15% of our current housing stock currently is multifamily. And so I wanted to just show a couple of examples of what it looks like in Carmel. So when we are talking about multifamily housing, this is what we're thinking about. This is a 5-unit building that has a mixture of condos and apartments. This is an 11-unit condominium building. And this is a duplex. So there is a variety. And this is what affordable housing looks like in Carmel. So these are 2 of the Carmel Foundation projects. On the left is Hazeltine Court. On the right is Trevette Court. But this is what represents the character of Carmel. Also, that 5-unit building also has an affordable unit in it. So that also represents what affordable housing looks like in Carmel. And then on the right, you see the other Carmel Foundation project, which is Norton Court. So the next concern is about new ADUs are not rentals. And the city does not have the authority to require that ADUs be rented. We certainly hope that they become a rental opportunity, but whether that happens today or at some point in the future really is going to be at the discretion of the property owner. I also think it's worth noting that Carmel has a long history of establishing ADUs, which goes back before 1929, and they certainly weren't called ADUs back then. These are accessory dwelling units. We've referred to them as subordinate units, guest houses, in-law units. They've had a variety of different names, but they're all the same. They're complete, independent, living dwelling units for a variety of reasons. And this could be to house aging family members, to have on-site healthcare providers. They can be occupied at no cost, which is affordable housing, at reduced cost, also affordable housing, or they could be rented out at market rate. The goal really is adding to our housing stock. It's adding diversity and doing it in a variety of different ways. So the state does allow us to count these accessory dwelling units toward our RENA goals, and you may have seen that in our draft document. We are projecting ADUs over the next 8 years. And this is just one great option to provide housing while retaining our character and not having to resort to more drastic zoning changes. The next concern is downtown character, and I think there's going to be a number of slides on this particular topic because it is a really important one. The draft housing element encourages the second floor additions to one-story buildings downtown within current height limits. So we're not proposing to increase any height limits as part of this update. We didn't feel that we needed to do that to achieve our goal of planning for 349 units. But I just want to mention that we do have three-story buildings in town. They are part of Carmel's past, and they certainly contribute to the aesthetic that we cherish today. And this is just a couple examples of what that looks like. So in the top left, it's sort of the backside of the Pine Inn. On the right-hand side is L'Auberge, which is also one of our treasured historic resources. It's a beautiful building. And then on the bottom left, this building is actually at the corner of Monteverde and Ocean. And it has a 2 to 3 story building height there. So that being said, we are not proposing on increasing the height limits downtown. So they're currently at 30 feet maximum, and we are not proposing to change that. We really don't think we need to. We do believe that second floor additions will create some housing opportunities while maintaining the character of Carmel. And in many ways, they can actually improve the aesthetics of the commercial district by shielding some pretty unsightly rooftop equipment, as well as some blank walls. And so just a few examples of what we mean when we're looking at that. This is the Carmel Realty office at Dolores and 8th. It's a very modest building. It's got a nice parking lot, but you look at what's around it, and it's 2-story buildings, one of which is just a blank wall. So a 2-story building seems appropriate for this location, and it would screen kind of those existing unsightly conditions on the neighboring properties, which are necessary, but not super aesthetic. Some other examples, these are also on Dolores, but on the north side of Ocean near the post office. We really thought that there's some great opportunities here to really improve the look of this area and screen those taller buildings in the background with potentially a second-story addition. And then just a couple other examples throughout the downtown. And this is the last one. The Dowd Arcade is on the left, and then Enzo's Restaurant on the right. So I do want to mention that buildings that are on our historic inventory or have historic resource potential are more challenging to develop with housing, because you also need to consider preserving and protecting the historic character of the building. We have certainly just a beautiful mix of historic buildings throughout our downtown, and we want to make sure that we protect those. And we're fortunate that we actually have a very recent example of a historic building on Dolores, where the property owner was able to design an addition for 3 apartments. This has been approved by both the Historic Resources Board as well as the Planning Commission. And I think this is just a great example of what can be done. So this really should be an encouragement. That red arrow that you see is actually pointing to the story poles, that orange netting that we put up to show where additions are going, and you can't see it. You can maybe see a little bit of the top corner there, but it's very well done and just shows the potential of what we can achieve, and we can do it in a way that honors our character. So now we're going to move into the policy questions. So on the right here is just a summary of some of those common concerns that I just went through. Again, I want to make sure everybody is well aware that if you submitted comments, we received them, and we're preparing written responses to all of them. I think that's really important. We're going to acknowledge all of the comments that we received, and we're going to do our best to provide some thorough responses. And again, we'll be back on August 1st to talk more about that. But tonight we want to get some policy direction from the council on these 7 items, and these did come out of the public comments that we've been collecting kind of throughout this process. So we're going to go through each one with our Housing Ad Hoc Committee of Councilmember Richards and Ferlito. We've discussed and provided a recommendation to the full council for these items. So the first one has to do with the hotel-motel conversions. So should we amend this program to include existing hotels and motels that are in every zoning district? So right now the program is structured really to focus on the R1 hotels and encouraging those to transfer out of the residential district into the commercial district and convert to housing. And so our recommendation is that we do modify this program. It is actually a program that was carried over from the 5th cycle, and we do think we would be better served by allowing it to apply to all hotels and motels in all districts. Policy question number 2 is regarding objective design standards. So should we keep this program to develop objective design standards, specifically focusing on affordable multifamily housing projects? So we're not talking about objective design standards citywide. We're really talking about a focus on affordable housing. And if this is not a concept or not something that we want to pursue right now, should we remove some of the sites from our sites inventory that must be approved by right, because we won't have any control over the design of those projects. So our recommendation is that we actually keep this as a program. Again, it would apply to affordable multifamily housing, which is defined as a project that has a minimum of 20% of the units set aside as affordable. Staff is also recommending that some of the 5th cycle sites that are in the Downtown Conservation District be removed from the sites inventory. And I'm going to go into that a little bit more later, but the Downtown Conservation District has an overlay on it that really recognizes the special design aesthetic and character of that area. And we think that we're better served by removing those 5th cycle sites while we work on developing these objective design standards. And I've listed there for you, there's four sites that we're recommending be removed. So objective design standards, when we say that, what we're talking about is a yes/no checklist. These are very specific design statements that are usually structured as a shall or a must. There are a number of jurisdictions that have adopted these standards. The state does provide us with some guidance as we explore the concept. And that, so that's what we're talking about when we refer to objective design standards. The opposite of that is subjective, right? So that means it requires the exercise of discretion. It's a little bit more vague. There's more shoulds, may, encourage. So it's a little bit more open-ended. And I tried to come up with a good example here to really contrast the two. So an objective design standard might be metal roofs are prohibited except within the high fire hazard severity zone. That's very specific. That's a check the box kind of standard. If you're proposing a metal roof, you're either in the zone or out of the zone. A subjective standard is metal roofs may be appropriate on some architectural styles depending on neighborhood context. So you can really kind of see the difference there. Objective standards really give developers more of an assurance of what the city is looking for when they're coming to us with a project, and it's just a little bit less of a guessing game for them. This is just a figure that we pulled from the City of Santa Cruz objective design guidelines. You know, pictures really go a long way to describing a concept. And so this shows what's appropriate, what's not appropriate when you're talking about applying material to a building and how it should wrap corners. And so I think this was really well done. And it's just an example of what we could include. So as just about everyone probably knows, we're in the process of updating our design guidelines. They currently include a mix of objective and subjective standards, but it does require discretionary review, and that can be either by the director or through the Planning Commission. So the existing guidelines, as amended as we continue through this process, would continue to apply to all development projects that aren't eligible for these by right approvals. So really these objective design standards is kind of that stopgap measure. So when the state says you have to approve this project, you can't exercise discretion, we can say, okay, that's okay with us because we have objective standards and we can make sure that that project still fits within the character of our community. All right, question number 3, we're halfway there through the policy questions, is the vacancy tax. So should we keep vacancy tax on the list of potential options when talking about funding an affordable housing trust fund? So our recommendation is to remove the vacancy tax as a potential funding source. You know, this is one of those things where by including it, we're not committing to doing it. What we're saying is we'll explore the concept, but what we've heard is that there's, it's not something that the community seems like they want to explore at this time. So we can certainly take it out of the document. I don't see any, real major concern with doing that from the state's perspective. And also, this doesn't preclude the council from revisiting the topic over the next 8 years if you desire to do so. The goal really is how to fund an affordable housing trust fund. And once our housing element is adopted, we'll be exploring a variety of options and having that conversation. Building height. So another program that was a carryover from the 5th cycle actually says that mixed-use affordable housing, that we should encourage a 3rd story when devoted to affordable housing. And I apologize if this was an oversight on my part earlier in this process. We, in the current housing element, did not propose to increase building height, but there is this suggestion that we would consider a 3rd story in order to incentivize affordable housing. What we're recommending is not carrying that program over word for word, but actually modifying it, not to encourage a third story, but to consider maybe a third floor mezzanine within our current height limits. This would give units more living space for affordable housing. Again, very limited in scope. This wouldn't apply to every and any project downtown, but something that we are looking for some direction on this evening. Do we even want to consider that third floor mezzanine or not? Rezoning in SB 10. So, from the outset of this process, we really were focused on taking advantage of the existing resources that we had and trying to avoid rezoning unless absolutely necessary. So this question has to do with Senate Bill 10 and whether or not we should consider using that for some of the sites that ended up on our list that are actually zoned R1. And as you'll see, these properties are actually not single-family properties. They're actually developed with non-residential uses. So properties like the American Legion, Red Cross, and the First Church of Christ Scientist. Those properties are actually zoned R1. So if we keep them in the sites inventory, we're looking at potentially having to rezone those R1 properties to something else. The alternative to that is to use Senate Bill 10, which allows up to 10 housing units on an R1 parcel without having to change the zoning, and those projects would also be exempt from environmental review. So we're really asking that question this evening. Is this something that you want to consider, or should we just remove these R1 sites from our list? Our recommendation is to go ahead and remove the Pine Inn parking lot and Carmel Presbyterian Church. There are other plans kind of in the works for the Pine Inn parking lot, so it doesn't really make sense to keep it on the list right now. Carmel Presbyterian Church, they have a large piece of property that could accommodate well over 10 units, so we don't think that it's best served under SB 10. So really it comes down to the remaining 3 sites. If the council's not interested in going the SB 10 route, we can just eliminate those sites from the list and replace them with other properties. Okay, pre-approved ADU plans, so we're almost there. So should we modify this proposed program to remove the creation of standardized pre-approved ADU plans? Our recommendation is to retain the program, and this really is to explore the creation of these. Again, it's not a commitment that we must do it, but it's an opportunity to explore whether or not it would be a useful tool for the community and for those who might be interested in doing an accessory dwelling unit, but maybe don't have the depth of finances to develop the plans on their own. So we're looking for some direction from the council on that as well. And then the last policy question has to do with parking lots. So a number of the sites that we're proposing as potential housing opportunity sites are parking lots. And so the question is, should we keep these properties on our sites inventory or should we remove them? We've been hearing a lot of concerns about the loss of parking and the redevelopment of parking lots, and that having sort of this spillover effect downtown, especially where parking already is a bit of a squeeze. Our recommendation is that we retain these sites because we feel confident that these parking lots can be redeveloped and the parking can be incorporated into the design of a project. So our recommendation is to keep these sites. And these are just some examples of what some of the existing parking lots look like. You know, these are typically, just severely underutilized. Parking is definitely important. It's an important amenity, but you could do so much more on a piece of land than just park cars. So this is the parking lot next to Girl Boy Girl. This is on the left, the parking lot that we refer to as the 3 garages site. Not super creative there. And then just another example of what a parking lot could potentially be redeveloped into. So the last thing I want to touch on is really the revisions to the site's inventory. So I want to make sure that we all understand that the sites that are identified in our current housing element that we're proposing to carry over to the new housing element are subject to a by right approval. So if we want to reuse those sites, we do need to be in a position to approve them without discretionary review. The caveat is the project must have 20% of the units deed restricted affordable. If there are no affordable housing units proposed, then there's no by right approval. But when we say by right, what we're saying is that we're not allowed to exercise discretion, and this kind of brings us back again to that conversation about objective design standards. We have about 21, give or take, because we're still kind of refining the list a little bit, that are proposed to be carried over from the 5th cycle. We do think that it's wise to remove the ones that are in the downtown conservation district, just because that is the highest profile area. But we're also looking for some feedback from the council on whether or not you would like to see some additional sites removed. So we have the capacity to swap out sites. We're not locked into the ones currently on the list. And then here's the 4 that I'm recommending that we remove: the Wells Fargo Bank, Cafe Carmel, the office building here on the corner of Monteverdi and 7th, and then Court of the Fountains. And I'm only recommending those be removed because they are in the downtown conservation district. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up my presentation. Many thanks to our Housing Ad Hoc Committee, who's been working with us extensively throughout this process. We've had a lot of meetings and a lot of conversation. And then also our partners at EMC Planning Group. We certainly couldn't have gotten to this point in a matter of a mere 3 to 4 months without their assistance. And as you can see, there are a number of members on their team that are helping us through this effort. We encourage you to stay involved. We're about halfway through our process here. If you haven't already, sign up for the listserv, keep an eye out for notices in the Friday letter and the Pine Cone. And then if you want more information, please visit our website. We have one that's dedicated to the Housing Element Project at Carmel-by-the-Sea.com. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you for bearing with me through all of that information. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
That's the whole time. Honestly, well done. Are there any questions to council members at this time before I open it up to the public?
Yes, I have one. Could you explain a mezzanine?
Yes, I think I can. And I think this building is probably a good example. So it's really taking, assuming we were on the 2nd floor here, it's taking a portion of existing floor space and actually building out a floor and creating a mezzanine. So if you imagine a floor above your heads, we've got a lot of space up here between us and the roof. That would be the mezzanine.
So like a loft?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure anyone quite knew that.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, Marnie, thank you very much. I'll open it up to the public now. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Sam Farr, longtime resident of Carmel. I want to echo your compliments on that presentation. It was very professional. I think the whole process has been very professional. And what I thought I would do was share with you a little my experience with this housing element. Growing up in Carmel, all the housing was affordable. Nobody commuted out of this town, so every single job, low income, middle income, lived here and lived in a home. And it's when commuting started that housing element came in, because the state of California needed to know where are people living and where are they going to go. We have to allocate resources for roads, schools, and so in order to do budget planning, they had to know where the population of California was going to be located. So they required each of the 485 local governments in California to adopt a housing element. And Carmel's been a housing element since 1969. There's nothing different here than what you've been doing over the years, except that none of the cities, including Carmel, have been enforcing their housing element. Because one of the problems is you can't just say, okay, we're going to have a city that's only going to have rich people in it. And we're going to have only houses that cost so much money. And those people that can't afford them got to go live somewhere else. Well, somewhere else has that same problem. It's a windfall and wipeout. When I was chair of the Economic Development Committee, we used that a lot. Everybody wanted to take some good business and move it to their town. It'd be a windfall for the town it moved to and a wipeout for the taxes and employment that was lost. So the idea is each community has to be responsible for the sum total of its parts. And you do the housing element based on census data and everything else to know what the sum total of your parts are. And that's what you're going through right now. And the responsibility, this idea that, oh, the state's mandating. No, the state's enforcing you to do what you've already put on paper that you were going to do years ago, but you haven't done it. And so they're saying, okay, if you don't do it, we're gonna have some penalties for you. We're gonna allow people to come in and sort of waive a lot of these things. Carmel can do this. In fact, I watched the town when all the alleys were empty. They're garbage places. They weren't nice places. I think of the Dowd Arcade. Those alleys weren't nice and clean and used as stores or attics or basements of stores around here. And you allowed, because you didn't expand your commercial district, you said if you want to be in a commercial business in Carmel, find something inside the city and clean it up and build it. So you didn't have to do any economic urban renewal. All these other cities had to, not Carmel. You've done your resources, you've used them wisely. So here's what I might suggest is, on a couple of the issues. On the water, first thing I've said this, you ought to assess what your allocation is from the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District and what your use is. Because if all these houses are vacant, nobody's flushing toilets or taking showers, there's water not being used. And you could use that water and prioritize it for, and Dave's cutting me off, but Dave, I'm just gonna keep going for a second.
No, you're not. You're gonna have to play by the rules, Sam.
I was just on your recommendations. I think that all of them, I support all of them, 7 of them, except I think you ought to consider the vacancy tax and that you need to use the height limit and use discretion like they did in Santa Cruz. Make it flexible.
Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you very much.
You betcha.
Good evening, I'm David O'Neill. Tonight I'm representing the Carmel Residents Association as a board member. The board of the Carmel Residents Association unanimously voted to oppose the pre-approved ADUs. Carmel has a characteristically diverse community in many different ways, and specifically in architecture. It has historically fought cookie-cutter designs. The design guidelines insist on diversity over duplication, and duplication would harm the diverse streetscape of Carmel. So the board of the Carmel Residents Association asks you to completely dismiss the concept of pre-approved ADUs. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to speak? Seriously? Is there anybody in Zoom world wish to speak? Nova?
Jose Torres.
Yes.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Jose.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you, staff, for that thoughtful and informative presentation. My name is Jose Torres. I'm a housing advocate representing Landwatch Monterey County. Landwatch supports the city of Carmel's draft housing element and its goals to eliminate constraints and make it easier to build housing consistent with the regional housing needs assessment. I'm here tonight to urge you to create a future Carmel where more of the people who work here live here. This future not only furthers fair housing, educational opportunities, and social mobility, but also reduces greenhouse gases and carbon pollution. We strongly support the city's efforts to support more rental and multifamily housing, which are the only affordable housing for virtually all of the people who work in Carmel's tourist-serving businesses. We encourage programs that will result in higher densities, especially in the downtown business district, as identified in our letter. And we believe the policy for these programs can be bolstered by providing for bonuses equal to 150% of the state minimum. Sand City is taking this approach. They're proposing a 250% density bonus as long as 15% of the units are affordable to lower income households. Overall, we support the selection of the sites which show the most potential for mixed use and multifamily development. And there are 7 of the 21 sites which are either primarily used as parking lots or which have an excess of parking area. The city has proposed reduced parking requirements, but it could further remove development barriers by making a major reduction in parking by either setting maximums or completely eliminating parking as a requirement. The draft also mentions the concept of housing priority overlay zone, which allows for housing development by right. Objective design and development standards would apply. Minimum density and otherwise overrides the development standards of the basic district. That's a quote from the plan. This overlay zone would facilitate redevelopment and or intensification of uses on sites, including the city's housing sites inventory. This policy needs to be further elaborated and crafted to meet the current regional housing needs allocation needs. We recommend implementing higher densities. We recommend implementing higher density mixed use in more zones. To wrap up, the next 6 to 9 months are critical time period setting the course for fair, climate-friendly housing in Carmel for the next 8 years and beyond. And you have a chance to make a major positive impact on human and environmental health. So I hope you take the opportunity to properly plan for a sustainable future that allows the Carmel residents and workers to bus, bike, or to walk to work. I thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Jose. I appreciate your testimony. Neil Cruz, then followed by Vivian Price.
Okay, Mayor, one sec. I'm assuming that you can hear me at this point.
The meter is running.
Okay. I'm a little, frankly, shocked. I guess I'm the only person that's not happy with this, the only person in all of Carmel, because I'm the only person I've heard say that this is insane what we're doing. I would suggest that you watch a video on Michael Gates, who is the elected city attorney of Huntington Beach, and where he brings up the fact that very possibly the state of California is operating outside of the Constitution of the state of California and outside of the United States Constitution. He says that the rights of the city council are vested in them by the residents and by the voters. And he said there is no clear position that allows the state to take away those rights. I would like to ask you, if they are threatening us now with the taking away of our ability to issue permits, why wouldn't they do that 2 years from now just because they can? They're kind of saying, if you accept that threat now, you've agreed that they can do this to you. So at any point now, the city of the state of California can just say, never mind, we're taking away your rights to issue permits. And at the rate of all of the regulations that have taken place over the last year, do you think that that's going to stop, or isn't that just going to continue? You know, my father was an attorney. He was a very ethical attorney. He was a Christian attorney. And one of the things he told me was, he said, son, when you come up against a bully, the sooner you back him down, the better, because the more latitude you give him, the more strength he's going to have and the harder he's going to come down on you. Have you looked at the traffic on the Monterey Peninsula? It's already log jammed. Water issues, not to mention. And then this kind of overregulation is not going to stop. And where do we have any say in this? Our entire city government is sucked up its time on this issue. Our staff is putting all of its time into this issue. And now the local residents can't even remember the causes that they were championing in the village of Carmel. I just don't see how we can go along this. I had suggested in the beginning we should go ahead and do the plan and meet the conformance with the state of California, but at the same time, we must show resistance. I ask everybody to please check out Michael Gates, Huntington Beach. There's a video on it. He discusses all of these issues. Frankly, I think we need to make a stand at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Vivian, the floor is yours. Vivian. Vivian Price.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi. The unmute button came up on my phone. Thank you. I'll be brief. I wanted to say, I give my appreciation for the report and all the work that you're doing. I did appreciate the person who spoke first, I believe, and pointed out that this is really our duty as citizens of the state of California. And to create a housing element, which you've had for a long time, and to abide by the needs of the state. Carmel is a unique place, and that's why we're planning uniquely for this town. However, as Jose also pointed out, we need to think about more people than we have been, and especially people who work in the town. The point about creating sustainable life for people who are having to commute, and also save the planet in the process is very important. So I'm all in favor of the suggestions that have been made. Final thing I'd like to say, in addition to really reinforcing the importance of having affordable housing, is in terms of having the ADUs with several pre-planned blueprints. I think that's a good idea because it's true, not everybody can afford it. I don't think that they have to be cookie cutter. I think that we can have several that are simple. Simple would fit very much into the Carmel aura. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vivian. I appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Yes.
Yes, Nancy Toomey here. And it's just a clarification question on policy number 5, which talks to the Senate Bill 10 and the regional against this whole concept that's being discussed. And I just don't understand it. So it's just confusing to me. So I'm just looking for clarification. I could follow up with Marnie afterwards if it doesn't fit into the discussion that follows. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight in Zoom or? I don't see anybody. No, do you see anybody? Is there
There's
anybody in the
no one
room
on
here wishing
Zoom.
to speak?
Yeah.
Richard Kreitman. I think you're taking the right approach. It was a wonderful presentation. There are a lot of pitfalls here. We can get stuck. And those are being addressed professionally. And we've danced the dance and done the responsible thing. Whether these ever get built or not is not up to the city. One thing I would not like to see is, and I don't think that's on the table, is the city essentially ending up subsidizing the low-rent housing by providing city properties like the parking lots at below market prices, or leasing them on long-term leases at below market prices, because that would be a subsidy of basically a taxpayer subsidy to the construction there. So, but well done, and we'll see if we can get through another cycle without building another unit.
Thank you, Richard. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
I'm Joe DiNucci. I've owned a home here for 40 years and a house here for 40 years, and I've owned a home for 3. And I encountered Councilwoman Ferlito at the farmer's market last week, and she patiently let me vent a little bit about what I thought about this mandate, and very effectively opened my mind about it. And I would point out that the one thing that I love about this city and have for 40 years is the fact that it's a community. And the thing that's bothered me the most that I think this mandate could help reverse is the trend toward empty houses and the number of homes in this city that are simply empty. Current course and speed, it's only going to get worse. And I don't especially want to live in a town that has however many thousands of houses with 20% of them occupied and 80% of them empty. So I applaud the effort to comply with the state mandate. We have a critical shortage of housing. So Carmel has a role in dealing with that. I thought the presentation was masterful, extremely well done. So I think you're on the right track.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Zoom or in the room? Do not hesitate to come forward. This is the last call.
Hello, Council. Again, Melanie Billig. I'm just wondering, Dave, is it appropriate at this time, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, is it appropriate at this time to talk about some additional housing opportunities that have been totally left out of the report by staff as well as by the
You got 3 minutes, Melanie.
Okay.
You can talk about anything you want, as long as
And
it's
then
on
may I
topic.
make a few comments about housing capacity and some of the things that are suggested, because nobody tonight talked about
As long as you get it done in
that
3 minutes.
section of the report that says housing
Yeah,
capacity.
get going. Yes, you can.
Okay. Okay, now I'm going to go fast with these, and I can write them out or meet with Brandon later. So, but I just wanted to give this to you to think about. Okay. The 2 garages above the Vista Lobos Park and parking lot that come down to Junipero. Are you with me? Those buildings right across, they're right adjacent to, good, Bobby and Alessandra. Okay, why would we just take Vista Lobos and not add those garages? Across the street's a motel or an inn, and there are condos right across the street and all the way down the street. So, I mean, it gives you a tremendous opportunity with that property, because it's yours, to build with the topography and also maybe even get a little bit of parking in there too. I think it's a great spot, and it's facing the back of the property on Vista Lobos, for people who don't know, is facing residential. And when I look at these sites, I think of, is it near a residential component of the community? I mean, does it fit in, or is it just going to be an eyesore stuck someplace because we have to find 2 to 5 or 10 units? So that one. And then you might even think of adding that very tiny hotel that's on the corner of Junipero and the truck route, because that's immediately contiguous to all of Vista Lobos, including the garages. So it would be easy, because it's a small motel, to make up those units where it's a little bit harder to make some of the other motel properties, fit into another situation. Also, no one's looked at Mission School or the Mission Gym. Why? They're not used, they're sitting there. It could be a lease arrangement on the property, which would help the diocese. And it would also help us tremendously with this housing allocation that we have in front of us. It would be close to, to the shopping center and services. So to me, it's a no-brainer. Why somebody hasn't even thought about that, I don't know. And then I don't want us to lose our only full-service market. So why don't you look about the one motel on Torres? It's a very old one, but it faces the residential area, and it's got quite a number of units in it that could be revamped. It's an old motel.
Melanie, if you'd summarize, I'd appreciate it. Your time is up.
Okay.
Briefly.
I'll try. I would ask that we don't actively go out and promote and solicit ADUs, and that we don't have any predetermined plans for ADUs. That's just going to ruin the neighborhoods.
Thank you,
And
Melanie.
neighborhood character is what we're all about.
Melanie, thank you.
Okay.
You can put the rest of the questions in
I'll
writing.
talk
That'd
to
be great.
Brandon.
That'd be great, thank you. Good to have you back regardless. Okay, close the public comment period, bring it back to council for questions and comments. I'd look to members of the subcommittee just for quick comments. Karen, would you like to go first?
Yes, this has been such an interesting process. I have learned so much. I have learned from our staff, I have learned from our consultants, and I have learned by reading everything that I can read about affordable housing. The presentation tonight was really quite good. It explained a lot of things. I even learned more things tonight. I ask you to be open and positive. Very few people actually talked about the policy direction tonight, so that's what we will be tasked with. A few things were mentioned, but we have done a lot of work, and we have done it very cooperatively. And as a city, I think we have come to these meetings and tried to understand the state process. So thank you very much for that. I can't say enough about the staff work that's been done. Hours and hours and hours, weekends, overtime, lots of time. And Marnie, I thank you very, very much. I think Marnie laid out the recommendations quite well. I know, for one, I would probably leave the vacancy tax in just as another tool in the toolbox. It wouldn't be something we had to do right away, but I understand the recommendation to take it out, and but not that it would not preclude us from bringing it back later. But I, for one, would leave it in. As far as the objective design standards, this is absolutely key to keeping control over anything that would be a by right build. So this is absolutely crucial, and we have lots of examples from many cities who've already developed objective design standards. There's even a toolkit from the Housing and Community Development on how to develop them. This is absolutely key because it gives us a lot of control right from the get-go and creates a checklist that a builder would have to go through step by step and meet before it was approved. And remember, that is only on affordable projects. So I don't think it's anything to be afraid of. The third story mezzanine is very interesting, and I think the explanation was quite good, so I think that's something we should leave in. Pre-approved ADU plans. We do have topography differences, but not every pre-approved ADU, not every person would come with a pre-approved ADU plan. Probably it would be most suitable for flat lots or less treed lots, but I think there is a place because I know a friend of mine is building one and she's already in a few $100,000 building an ADU. So if there's a way that we can have some pre-approved, it might even be that the shell or the shape is pre-approved, but the finishing is something that they would submit plans for. I think that could be very helpful. The sites with parking lots, I yield to the recommendation. And I think, number one, the transfer of development rights for hotels and motels. One thing I have learned from working with my colleague, Mr. Richards, is a lot about what goes on in the hotel business and what is actually quite possibly a win-win for all of us. So I think if we can be as flexible as possible and include the transfer downtown as well as in the residential area, it's a good thing. So those are my comments, and I look forward to hearing from the rest of you.
All right, Bobby, my intention was that we would go through these questions one by one and answer them. So Karen's kind of tipped her hand, that's how she feels, but that's fine. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, can I just, I very much stand by these recommendations. I think the staff was tasked with putting together 349 possibilities with the littlest possible change to our zoning and change to the look and feel of our town. So I think staff did a great job at that. As concerning the ADU, the prefabricated ADU type of a thing, maybe Marnie or Brandon could speak to that a little bit and explain, because I was on the fence with that when we were making the recommendation, but you explained it in a way that helped me get over, and also the importance that plays in submitting this to the state, because it's going to give us some traction, more traction with the state, and for everything that we take off of this recommendation, we have to replace it with something.
That's right. That's a good, and I'm gonna use a food analogy because I'm hungry. So think about our submissions to the state like a pizza, and every program that we have in there is like a topping on that pizza. So we want to try to submit supreme pizza to the state, and so every program that we take out makes it closer to a cheese pizza, which maybe the state isn't as excited about. So that's where you're going with that, is that the ADU, the pre-approved ADU plans are one of those toppings on that pizza that we would offer up to the state. Pre-approved ADU plans are one of the options that we're asking you to consider if we want to leave in or not for a program. There are a lot of ways that can be done, though. So we can think about doing a pre-approved ADU plan program in that we could host a design challenge where we could ask local architects to come up with designs. We could do what Councilmember Ferlito mentioned and just have a pre-approved design for the shell. The skin is not completed yet, so you have some options to change how the skin is. There is a host of those things. We could say you could only do pre-approved for a certain size, so we wouldn't worry about a large-scale ADU somehow being a pre-approved sort of eyesore. The program would not be defined. This would just be keeping it on as one of those toppings on the pizza that would be enticing to both developers in the future and to the state when we send our program up there. But it's not something that we have to do. It's not required. But we could do it the way that we wanted to and make it look and feel the way that we, the city, wanted to do it.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, thank you. All righty, unless there's any other opinions, why don't we go ahead and work through this list here real quickly. The question number one is should we amend program 1.3.d, R1 hotel development transfer rights, including hotels in existing, but in every zoning district? In other words, should we allow it only in the districts that are there now, or should we allow it anywhere? The staff recommendation modify program 13B to reflect its application to hotels, motels in all districts. I personally don't have a problem with that. Jeff?
I'm the same. I think I agree with this recommendation.
I agree. I also say yes, not just R1.
You know how Karen feels. Bobby? Good, thank you. Okay, then the next one, objective design review standards. To develop the objective design review standards for affordable multi-housing unit projects. So the recommendation is keep the development standards for projects of less than 20% affordability.
I have a question.
Sure.
So in this example and other examples, how long do we have? So if we put this into this housing element, how long do we have to come up with these objective design standards? Is it a year? And like, I remember hearing something at an earlier meeting about developing the housing element, and then we have some time to implement the housing element.
Marnie?
So we would have a year to develop these standards. Like, what does the state tell us we have?
Marnie, come on up.
So every program has a timeline associated with it. So the timelines are going to be different depending on the program. With the objective design standards, we would recommend doing this sooner rather than later to be able to protect our design character. So we could do that within the first year or the second year, but
so
the sooner the better.
So we're exposed. So with respect to the properties that this policy question number 2 applies to, we're sort of exposed if we don't do this, if we keep the policy in.
Correct.
I'd support going ahead and getting the design standards to develop them, objective design standards in the process.
Yes.
Yeah. Do we have concurrence on that?
I'm just
Alessandra?
I'm just concerned because I think discretionary review is so important. I still find that something really important, and I'm concerned about how quickly we can do these objective design standards and what they're going to look like, because we are not a cookie cutter village, and we have so much creativity and individuality in all of our projects, whether they're commercial or residential. So I have a problem. I say no on that.
Okay, so we're going to go to design criteria, yes or no, and subjective design standards, exercise of discretion. This is just a description. So are we clear on what we're talking about here?
Policy question number 2, right?
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Just going in
Okay,
order.
Yeah.
all right.
Remember, these are only on affordable projects. It's not throughout the village. And it is our way to protect things, because we can make those objective design standards very clear.
My concern is that we'd be losing loss of local control if we don't do this. My concern.
Oh, we would.
Yeah.
Without the objective design standards, the by right would be very, very dangerous.
Then we're leaving ourselves open to subjective,
Yeah.
and that would be dangerous. I'd rather err on the side of objective than subjective. And I think you explained that very well tonight. Thank you.
If I can ask a question, Council. So under the objective design criteria, a resident or developer would be required to use those design standards, correct?
If an application was submitted for a housing project that had 20% of the units deed restricted as affordable, they would be subject to the objective design standards if we adopt them, or it would be a free-for-all. So there are, and this goes back to those 5th cycle sites. So the sites that we're reusing for the 6th cycle, these really are the ones that we're talking about. So on one of those specific sites, if an application came in with 20% affordable units, it is a by right approval. We cannot exercise discretion. So the way to ensure that the design fits within our village would be to adopt objective design standards for those projects and those projects only.
So if someone came in with no affordable units at all, they're still subject to whatever, like, for example, whatever our committee is currently coming up with, assuming that gets
Yes.
adopted.
Yes.
And what's the 20% number on something that's 3 units?
You're asking me to do math?
And like, no, like if I have a 3-unit parcel, and I deed restrict one of the units, then that's 20%. And I can do, so if I'm in the downtown district and my parcel was listed in the 5th cycle and is now listed in the 6th cycle, assuming we keep it in, and I decide to build 3 units, and I just deed restrict one of them, then I can do what I want if we haven't adopted objective design standards. And so that means that whatever our current zoning is, like our zoning in the commercial district is 140% or 150%, or what's?
44 units per acre.
It's what? 44 units per acre. So if I came in, if I have a 4,000 foot plot, which is big in the commercial district, that's about a tenth of an acre. So I'm entitled to 4 units on that.
Right.
And how much floor area ratio am I allowed to have?
It's 100% in the commercial district.
So it's 4,000 feet on the bottom and then 4,000 feet on the top 2, so it's 200%. I'm just trying to get my math right. Okay.
And I've got a question now about the objective design standards. Let's say we decide to do that. Are we forming a committee? Who's going to be on it? How are we going to do this, and how quickly can we do this?
It's a great question. I mean, we talked about the design review board at one of our last meetings. My suggestion or recommendation to you is that would be a perfect homework assignment for the design review board, because you were thinking about having design professionals and development professionals and and the like on that group. So that would be a great group to help develop them, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so where are we on this item? I think we had four. Alessandra, what's your level of comfort now?
Well, I'm realizing that we're really boxed in here by what the state is doing to us, and I'm unhappy with that, and I wish we, as a city, would do more to fight it. I feel like we are losing everything in this process, and I don't like it at all. I know we're forced into it, but I really wish we, as a city, would do more to fight the state. I know that's not an answer to that specific question, but that's just in general how I feel.
Yeah, well, I understand that. So we'll move on, and we'll go ahead and say that we have a consensus on this one to go ahead and move the recommendation. Okay, we move on to vacancy tax. Should we keep the vacancy tax on the list of potential options, or should we drop it? I'm not opposed to leaving it there.
I think we should leave it. I mean, we've talked about, we talked a few minutes ago about other programs that, Brandon talked about the 80 unit program, which we can come back to later and figure out how to do pre-approved ADUs if that's what we decide to do. And I don't see the harm in leaving it. I agree, it accomplishes, we heard from Mr. Nucci, I think, about, living in a town with nobody living in it. Obviously, I agree with that. So I think this should stay.
It's north and south, east and west.
I don't agree. I think it should come off. Sorry. Yeah, I don't think it's part of this document. I don't think it should live in this document, and it's for a later discussion. I just don't think that we need it. I would take staff's recommendation to take it off.
I'm also absolutely opposed to a vacancy tax. I think it infringes on property rights, and it's more big government and more big brother keeping track of people.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I would leave it in because I think it's a valuable tool, but since it does not preclude us from bringing it back later if we decide that our community is less than it is even now, we may decide that we would like to encourage people to actually live here, not just vacation here in the homes that they own. So I would prefer to leave it in.
Well, in the spirit of consensus, then I'll go ahead and agree. Jeff?
He supports
Leave it in.
I'm support it. Okay, so I'm going to leave it in. All right, it stays in. Excuse me, it stays in.
But this isn't.
It's out.
To be clear, this isn't a commitment. This is
in.
just we'll work on it later.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're not killing it entirely.
This isn't anything we're instituting right now. It's just a tool that we may want to pull out of the toolbox.
But we're cleaning it up. We're just cleaning it up and getting it more concise.
Okay, building height, this basically goes to the question that Karen just asked regarding the mezzanine level within the existing with confines of building, but not adding a third floor. I don't have a problem with this at all.
I support it.
Yep, I support it.
Me too.
Alessandra?
I'm going to go against the consensus here. I think that we're a mix of the 1 and 2 stories, and I'd rather keep that. I don't feel comfortable with the 3rd story.
But it's not building a new story. It's utilizing.
You're like taking this building right here and putting a floor in here.
It still appears as Marnie. It still appears as a.
Yeah. It reads as a two-story building.
This came up in one of those designs for Mr. Pastorico Plaza,
Fifth and Dolores.
There were floors that were sort of in between floors, but the building is still presented as 2 floors, right? I don't want to call it by that pejorative name.
Yeah.
So I think the building was like 20 feet tall, but somehow in there were extra floors. There was extra floor space because of these mezzanine units.
Yeah, so what we're trying to distinguish floor from story. So it wouldn't be an additional story on the building. It would be carving out a floor within the 2nd floor.
But what would the height limit be?
The height limit would stay the same. So maximum 30 feet, so they wouldn't get any additional height. It's just it would be a better way to use existing space.
And these buildings are still subject to design, aside from the exceptions that we've talked about and we are going to talk about, the buildings are still subject to our design review process, which we've seen in Eureka Plaza already with regards to mass and bulk. So those that's not going away.
Correct.
They're not, nobody, you know, Eureka Plaza isn't like a 30-story building parked there on the side of downtown.
The perfect example is the one that Marty provided earlier. So if you look at the plate height, which is the horizontal piece of Doug fir that runs around the room, you could put a floor in there, and then you would have an additional floor above that. Now, some people would want to take the exterior walls up. Why? Because you'd walk into the ceiling sometimes. Well, again, that would increase the volume of the building and would theoretically increase the height of the building as well. What this is proposing is that you could not do that. So you couldn't increase the overall height, but you could have another floor in here.
Okay.
The other thing that we're suggesting, again, is that this is only a benefit that would be available to an affordable housing project. So this wouldn't be something that we would be looking at implementing across the board, but it would be a way to maybe get another bedroom in an affordable housing unit.
I have a question then. Like, why? Like, if these units don't have, if the effect of this change is to not, you know, there's no outward effect on the change to the building, like, why would we not apply this to all residential units in town? Like, I don't understand, like, it seems like if we're trying to encourage housing, I mean, even if it's not necessarily affordable housing, why would we not just figure out how to use these mezzanine units for all, you know, for all the units downtown? I mean, I know that we don't want to encourage 4,000 square foot apartments downtown, and I know that we wouldn't want to, you know, we may not, as a policy board, decide to allow that 4,000 foot lot I was talking about before, build 2 6,000 unit apartment, 6,000 square foot apartments or whatever by putting a whole mezzanine unit in there and combining them up. But it seems like with some appropriate restrictions on the size of the apartments, we could apply this to even market rate units downtown.
I think part of it is, Jeff, that we want to, this is an incentive to create, and by allowing all, then the incentive goes away.
Okay.
So this is a way that we can work within the constraints that we have and say, look, here's an incentive. You can put a mezzanine unit in if you deed restrict it. But if we say everybody can do it, then why would anybody do it?
Okay, point taken.
Yeah. We have consensus then?
Yeah, it appears so.
Okay. All right.
It's also a way to probably allow people to design things that do fit within the character with pitched roofs, but get that little bit of extra space for a loft bedroom in it. So it might benefit for actually the kind of design we want to see downtown.
So there's, so the next question then is, should we consider using SB 10 for the regional housing needs allocation, site zoned R1, or should we remove them from the list, the inventory list? Staff's come up with 50 units opposed that are on five different parcels that are currently zoned R1. The recommendation is to remove 2 of the 5. There's the Red Cross, the American Legion, the First Church, Christian Science, Carmel Pres, and then Red Pine Inn parking lot, Carmel parking lot, and the Carmel Presbyterian Church and the Pine Inn are recommended for removal. That takes it down to 19 units from 50 units. Is that okay? I don't have a problem.
I support this.
Yeah. Any concerns?
I have a question. Does this preclude SB 10? This SB 10 is a device that the city uses to allow. So it's SB 10 is a mechanism for the city to allow a developer to get around the city's own zoning rules, right? So
it's a device by the state.
Tactically,
it's a device that's provided by the
Yeah.
state, but it's not provided to the developer. It's provided to the city, right? And the city then parcels out permission to the developer.
I don't think I'd characterize it that way.
I would.
I mean, it is a voluntary program. So yes, the state created the program, and it's voluntary whether or not we want to take advantage of it.
It allows you to override the underlying zoning.
Right.
It allows the city to override the underlying
Yes.
And it'll
zoning.
permit the project. to go
So I'm
forward.
going to use an example. So the city, so there are some sites, there are some residential sites which are not in our inventory. And there are those cut-through sites that we talk about occasionally, down by Sunset Center, where Sunset Center, you know, off of Unipro, one another. Those are not in our inventory. Those are not listed in this document as sites on our inventory. Does SB 10 would SB 10 allow the city to come in and develop those sites?
Sure.
Even though they're not listed in our inventory, the city could use SB 10 and build 3 units or, you know, 10 units or whatever. I know we're not going to do that. Okay. All right, so I understand.
And then we report them to the state and we get credit for them.
Yeah, you're not sitting up here, so.
All right,
And so what Councilmember Barron is referencing is the right-of-ways that are undeveloped, so where 9th doesn't go through from Mission to Junipero. And so we have those identified on zoning maps, but they're not added to this inventory. They're kind of like hip pocket. And the same as, if I may, Mayor, I'm sorry. Ms. Billig talked about the Carmel Mission site, and that was another site that we did not include on purpose in case the state comes back and says, well, you know, these sites aren't viable, or and so we can pull those sites out and get back to the magic 349 that they're obligating us to plan for.
Oh, we have consensus then. Okay, and as far as the ADU issues goes, do we want to go ahead and develop a streamlined process where we could, I mean, the way the staff report's written right now, I'd have a problem with it, because it does say, further streamlining the process and reducing this type of incentive would be beneficial to the owners, establishing needed pre-approved plans of shelf-ready construction drawings. And what I heard from staff, Bobby's clarification was that there is a way to go ahead and come up with something that's much more creative. I mean, I've got a real concern with ADUs anyway. I don't think they're actually affordable units. I think they're second bedrooms. I've said this before. So unless it's got a caveat, it's got a condition on it that says it must be affordable units, and there's some way to monitor that. I'm not going to support the ADUs, period. But as far as the flexibility of design goes, I'd like to see something there that says specifically that's, you know, it's very, very specific to the fact that it's not going to be cookie cutter. It's not going to be just one size fits all. You know, we can point back and go, oh yeah, this was the era when all these ugly ADUs were permitted. I just don't want that to happen. So, at the moment, I'd be inclined to say no.
Well, contrary to that, I would like to see it remain as an opportunity. This says explore the creation. If we explore it and we don't come up with something that is actually acceptable, we don't have to do it. But if we preclude doing it, that cuts off our opportunity to provide people with maybe a more affordable way to build an ADU.
So what's
and we
your
have
guarantee?
A lot of people in town who are house rich, cash poor, but if they could build an affordable unit that would provide some income to them, it might keep them in their homes longer than they could be.
So counsel, I'm looking at the legal counsel here. If we were inclined to want to put a condition on there, we could do that through ordinance then, to making it mandatory that they be affordable?
Yes, I believe so. And beyond that, as Councilmember Filito pointed out, this is just to retain the program, to explore the creation. So that would give us an opportunity to determine what the appropriate vehicle would be.
And I will point out that Pacific Grove, I believe, tried to make them all deed restricted, and then nobody wanted to build any.
That's my point, exactly.
But
my point exactly, thank you.
Some of them will more than likely be affordable at some point, because it'll be a child coming home that doesn't have a job, a mother-in-law unit, a caretaker unit. We have to trust the process that eventually at least some of them will be more than just extra square footage. And the state has given everyone the opportunity to build them. I think if we can, create the opportunity, it behooves us to leave in, especially since it's explore.
And maybe I can clear something up here again. It's the ADUs, they have this 40-30-30 plan. Is that correct, Marnie, Brandon? 30-30-10. And so the state's actually giving...
What does that mean?
Yeah, Brandon or Marnie, you want to come explain it? before I mess it up.
30, 30, 30, 10. Thank you. Hi. So what we're talking about with these crazy numbers is that the state has said there's a presumed affordability with ADUs. So whatever your number projected to build ADUs is in your 8-year cycle coming up, you would split those among the 4 affordability categories. So remember, we've got market rate, affordable, or market rate, moderate, affordable, or low and very low. So those are the 4. I named like 7 there. But basically, they're split 30, 30, 30, 10. So 30 very low, 30 low, 30 moderate, and 10 affordable. That's the percentage split. So let's say we have 100.
Is that
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Yeah, 10,
Okay.
10 above moderate. So let's
Okay.
say we have 100 projected for the period. You'd get 30 counted towards your very low, 30 counted towards your low, 30 counted towards your moderate, and 10 counted towards your above moderate, or your market rate. So that's the 30, 30, 10 split that Councilmember Richards is talking about. There's a presumed affordability with ADUs that you don't have to do anything to get those numbers to count towards your required affordability levels.
So, while I can understand why the residents don't want this cookie cutter ADU style, it's also, it is an important number that probably won't be used because we don't have flat land. And so for us to build a common ADU is going to be very difficult. So it probably won't get used. However, the state's going to look favorably upon that and say, okay, like he said earlier, it's just part of our pizza topping. And so if the state says you're going to probably glean 50 more units, well, we just got 30, 30, 30% in each one of those categories with 10 above moderate. So for that reason, I'm inclined to leave it in there, knowing fully well that probably is not going to be used very often because we just don't have the topography to deal with it.
So continuing Brandon's pizza analogy, then I hate truffle oil. And I consider these truffle oil issues to be just that. I mean, really. So I just can't. There's too much truffle oil on this for me to stand. I mean, I don't want to wait around for somebody to finally decide they want to make it affordable, and I don't want to wait around for somebody to say, you know, it's a slope lot, and I'm going to go ahead and build it differently. I think you can build anything on a flat lot. I mean, I can make any lot flat. I just have to cripple up the subfloor. So I could get a design that would look the same on every lot, put it on the same lot. The same house on a different lot. You could go ahead and create it in a level subfloor.
I'm not sure anybody would want to just build a little box. So, not in Carmel. I think they would want to put some architectural design to it.
Too much trust there.
Well, I'm, you know, it seems like I'm in the middle here. I'm really skeptical that this will ever work. Mostly not necessarily because of the topography, but because of the trees. I guess that's part of the topography, but I think it's like a little good side project for Brandon. Not that Brandon has any time. And I think, you know, Brandon, you talked about, you know, it's possible that we could come up with 3 designs that are each used 3 times with different finishes in different parts of the city. You know, it's easy to see that something like that could result in the production of 9, you know, could result in the production of 9 ADUs. So maybe there are some completely flat tree barren lots that this would work on, and I think there's maybe a little something there, so I'd be inclined to hold my nose a little bit and leave it.
So I count 3 to 2 to explore. Keep the exploring,
All right,
Mr. Mayor.
fine.
Did I speak on this one yet? It's okay. You probably know how I'm going on this one. I support the CRA that I am against the creation of standardized pre-approved ADU plans.
Apologies.
Yeah, I think it just, I think the issue I'm having with the description is sort of standardized, and I think that the idea that I think is really interesting is, again, having, you know, units with different finishes so they don't look the same, even if you walk by both of them on the same day.
It just doesn't feel like Carmel.
Okay.
You can add pineapple to pizza, and I'm still not going to like it if it's got any truffle oil in it. Okay, well, we've got a direction on that. Okay, so then let's go ahead and move on to the final one. Should we keep properties that contain parking lots on the site inventory? Or should we move on? Big one, I'm saying let's keep the lot. As long as it is, the staff's report says, the recommendation says the existing parking lots are incorporated into the design, as long as the existing parking spaces are incorporated into the design of any future housing project. I think that makes a lot of sense for me. Yeah.
I agree with that. I guess I see a couple of issues. One is if we're replacing a parking lot, like I don't really understand at this point how parking in these weird parking lots, like who parks in the 3 garages parking lot? The real estate office that's next door, do they own the parking lot? So if he's nodding yes and you're shaking your head.
I don't know.
So if the real estate office is parking in the parking lot and we build housing on it, who's going to park in the parking lot then?
They get answered during the review process?
Yeah.
I mean, the parking, let's get the allocation of the parking space will be part of the review process, I would think.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that, what you're talking about is developing the air rights over the parking lot and keeping the existing parking. I think the process will weed that out, so we have consensus on that.
Okay.
All right,
So
I
we're
think
keep-
that concludes, doesn't it? I'm sorry.
Oh,
Allison. I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep. No, it's not intentional.
No, it's all right. I don't want to take away our parking lots because I think we definitely do need them downtown, so I don't think we should develop on them.
No, we're not. No. It's very specifically says, as long as you retain the parking lot. As long as the parking's
Parking
retained,
spaces, yeah, parking spaces.
parking spaces are retained.
Everything that we pull off here, we have to put something on. So
Yeah.
you have to meet us with something.
Retain spaces with parking lots on the site inventory on the condition that existing parking spaces are incorporated, is basically retained in the design of any future housing project. So you don't lose any of the existing parking.
But you're going to lose the open lot, and you're going to fill it in with a building, right?
No, but the building's gonna go on top of the parking.
Right,
Yeah.
but that's extremely expensive to build an underground parking lot.
Sorry about that. Hard luck, that's the price you pay to build around here.
Actually, there's a really good example on Dnipro, on that block between the AT&T building and the new Petit Palais. It's a condominium project, and you drive
Yeah.
partially under, and then you park in front of the back units. And most people don't even realize that that's multifamily housing that incorporates its own parking within the lot. It's really worth
That is a good
driving by and taking a look at that.
I've shown you that there's a great example across the street from the Vagabond House on Dolores and Fourth. He could put a lid on the parking lot, not change it at all, and build a building on top, and it wouldn't affect anything.
Yeah.
And so it's opportunities like that we're looking for. It's a big slope that he could, the owner could put a lid on and build units on top.
Yeah, and actually, it might improve some of the appearance of some places, because parking lots are really not that attractive most of the time. So it might be a good design standard. I think the examples here were pretty good, too.
And I've been remiss. It was a great presentation, Marnie. I'm sure Brandon helped too, so both of you, but especially Marnie for getting up here and doing all that with notes, over and over again, and having the patience to deal with us. So thank you for that, and thank you, Bobby and Karen,
For your hard work. Okay, so Alessandra, do you understand? I mean, are you comfortable?
I'm not comfortable with the whole thing, and I'm obviously, on the losing side of all of these, but I really feel that we as a city should do more to fight this. And this densification and this urbanization is not necessarily a solution to the housing problems. We're not building houses. And I actually disagree with everything that the representative from Landwatch said. I think to actually build houses for people, you might have to do it in areas where the land is cheaper. We're not dealing with the reality here. The land is expensive here, and that's why it is hard to build, and that's why it's an exclusive area. I mean, we're trying to not deal with the reality of what things are. Yes, ideally, it sounds wonderful that we're going to build all this housing, but I'm just trying to be a little bit more realistic about it.
I don't disagree with you. Okay.
Well, I don't think anybody necessarily disagrees, but we're trying to get this project done. That's what we're trying to do.
Well, and I'm trying to protect Carmel as much as I can.
And we, too, love Carmel, and we want to protect it as well. And so there are certain things that we are required to do by the state that we want to do this the right way so that we can protect the design while we're accommodating some affordable housing for people who work here, for seniors. There's a 5 to 7 year waiting list on the foundation housing. We have needs here right in our community. We have people besides hospitality workers. We have clerks in stores. We have teachers. We have a lot of single people, single parents that can use a smaller place. And an affordable rental might give them the opportunity to save, to eventually buy a house somewhere where they could afford
Okay,
it.
well, we've had enough of ideological thinking here at the moment, thank you.
Okay.
So why don't we move on then to something a little more clear cut?
Oh,
That's,
yeah, fees.
Simply the remove the resolution declaring the results of the majority protest proceedings and renewing the Carmel Residence Restaurant Improvement District, and a second reading of adoption of ordinance 2023-005 to renew the CRID. Is there any public presentation? Were you doing a presentation?
No, it's second reading. We've received no protest votes, Mr. Mayor.
Anybody in the public wishing to speak this item? Anybody close the public comment period, bring it back to council for direction? Council members?
I move approval.
Second?
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to drag this out. But I just wanted to bring up something. I know I voted yes for it last time around, but I just have a little bit of second thoughts, and I just wanted to share those with everyone. For one, I think the 10-year period is too long, and I'm also hearing concerns that the customers are actually paying the tax, that it's not coming from the restaurants, it's just coming as a surcharge on their bills. But, okay, here we are talking about this, that we're concerned that there's, this has become an ultra-wealthy community and all the rest of this with not enough people living here. But some of this is coming from the marketing. And so I question all of us sitting here at the council is that we're approving of this marketing, but the marketing is bringing in the high-end, ultra-wealthy people who end up buying these houses and then not living in them. So do we as a council have a responsibility to perhaps cut back on this marketing? So that's my question, and that's why I'm going to vote no for it.
Okay, well, we understand the reason. Okay, is there any other discussion? Motion to approve.
Was that a motion or was that asking for a motion?
I was asking for a motion. I'll make a motion if you want.
Okay.
Because we already had a discussion about this once, and I certainly understand Alessandra's position.
Yep.
I just don't think we're going to get very far in the debate on that. It's a bigger issue.
I'll second your motion.
Okay. Motion is
Mayor, could I just make one comment? I don't recall in the first reading, did we read the title of the ordinance?
You did read the title last time.
All right. Great. I
Councilor.
just want to make sure. Great, thank you.
Okay. Nova, we have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Jeremoff?
No.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, then we're going to move on to the final one, which is the adopting the fee schedule for administrative services, planning, building, public safety, and public works facility. We're going to have a staff presentation on this, and then we'll have some discussion. Jane, floor is yours. Welcome. Welcome.
Let's not do that one again.
Yeah.
All right, good evening, Mayor, good evening, Council. I'm going to walk you through our last item on the agenda this evening, which is Resolution 2023-76 for the adoption of the fiscal year 23-24 fee schedule. Okay, so the city provides services to identifiable customers or users and is legally allowed to recover reasonable borne cost. Currently, our policy directs us to review our fees through a cost of services study every 3 years. The last time an update was made was fiscal year 2021, and now it's time. So this year, we reached out to our Revenue and Cost Specialist LLC to prepare a update to for our a March 2023 update to our original cost services study. And those were specific to our community planning and building and public works department. Understand that these proposed fees by RCS are based upon the services that we are provided. They take a look at our staff time, how much our staff cost, and this is our fully loaded cost, so it includes benefits, retirements, and salaries and such, as well as any other allowable overhead expenses. For a breakdown of those things that were considered as part of this cost study, you can just look at the attachment 3, Carmel-by-the-Sea fee study update report. All other areas, the Public Safety Administration and Community Services Department, those fees were adjusted based upon the Consumer Price Index for the San Francisco area, and for this time it is a 4.9% adjustment. And of course, the purpose of the resolution is to adopt the fiscal year 23-24 fee schedule. Okay, so we're going to dig into our first functional area, which is our community planning and building proposed fees. For the most part, that department had a mixed bag. When we think about the pricing that they look at for pulling together all of these cost services, when they're looking at who is touching the project and how long they spend on it, over time, that may change. We may have new people in our departments or more efficiency in the department. So some of the fees increased. That would be specific to design, study, and review fees. A majority of those fees did go up, along with environmental review fees and like the landscape plan check fee. We did see decreased fees in our temporary use permits and our coastal development permits, historical evaluation, and appeal to historic resources. New fees, staff is proposing new fees for the reasonable accommodation for staff time, as well as several new fees related to the Mills Act. Historically, we have not been charging for our services related to Mills Act, so community planning and building is asking for these new fees this year. Remove fees, we did end up removing or proposing removal of the temporary sign permit fee. Upon calculation, it was really nominal, and it kind of just rolls up into part of the permanent sign process anyway. There were no proposed changes to the Building and Safety Division fees. That is Exhibit B of with the resolution. We did take an opportunity to look at our neighboring jurisdictions and compared with some of our more popular planning fees or common planning fees. Please just note that processes for permitting in other jurisdictions might not be the same process that we have here. So it's not exactly apples to apples or oranges to oranges. There might be a tangerine in there somewhere. So that being said, the Planning and Building Department is well within range of our neighboring jurisdictions. Nothing drops out or pops out. I do want to add the caveat that the fees that we were using for neighboring jurisdictions are based on their 22-23 fees, nothing for 23-24. So the next area we're going to discuss is Public Works. So increased fees are for tree removal, tree pruning, and tree appeals. So historically, we have subsidized our tree fees What we are proposing is the fees that have been calculated to cover our costs of services. So it is important to understand that when you look at the percent change from what we have been charging to what we are proposing, it is a very significant change. But when you think about what we actually proposed 3 years ago when this last conversation was taking place, that change is minimal. It's like a 14% change over prior year for the tree removal and 33% for tree pruning. So it looks scary, but it shouldn't be a surprise. We are asking for new fees related to tree evaluation. This too was actually brought to council back in 2020, but was struck and not included as part of the fee schedule. At that time, when it was brought, it was proposed at $329. Today, we are asking to please add this new fee at $390. We did also run a comparative looking at our neighboring jurisdictions just to see how we stack up and compare. Our proposed fees are a lot larger than a lot of our neighboring districts, especially for the tree pruning. But again, not all of the processes for permitting is the same. And I did reach to PG just to kind of understand what they're pricing, if they are subsidizing as well. They are actually currently going through their own cost study right now. The last cost study that they did was 5 years ago. But they do believe their current pricing does not fully cover their cost. Okay. The last functional areas that we're going to discuss is the public safety administration and community activities. Those fees were increased, like mentioned earlier, 4.9% on the Consumer Price Index, and that's based on the local area of San Francisco, Oakland, Hayward.
Thank you.
So erroneously, the Norton Garage fees were not included in the fee schedule that was proposed. At this time, I would like to ask council as part of their motion for the approval of the fee schedule to include the line item for Norton Garage so that we don't have to revisit this later. Currently, the Norton Garage, we are charging rent for $2,000 per space, and we're proposing $2,400. So at this time, staff recommends the continuation of a full cost recovery for charges of services. We also recommend the adoption of 23-24 fees as proposed. This includes the 4.9% CPI. And these new fees would become effective on September 9th, 2023, if adopted this evening.
Are there any questions of Jane?
Yes. About my favorite topic, the Norton Garage.
Which one was it, sir?
The Norton Garage.
Yes, right.
So I thought, I'm just double checking.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought we were at $1,600 a year, not $2,000 a year. $2,000 a year seems high, like the number that Jane just reported.
Yes, it's $166 per month.
We made it up to that level.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, but last year there was some confusion, and then I don't think it ever got done. But I'm willing to take your word for it that we're really up to $2,000 a year.
I'm sorry.
And when I talked to, so a couple of months ago, I think I talked to Anna about the waiting list.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're comfortable that our revenues of $2,400 a year will be greater than our revenues of $2,000 a year?
So, you and I had the conversation, sir, about charging for that garage the amount that the market would bear.
Yeah.
And so the fees to park in that garage are more than neighboring jurisdictions. I mean, and there's not a lot of private garages that there's data on. So, quite frankly, Maxine, who's trying to escape, we talked about it's a 20% increase. I mean, and that seems reasonable. We've consistently had a waiting list for the Norton Garage. We have a lot of people who store their cars in the Norton Garage. But I can't sit up here and tell you that I'm confident that that we won't continue to have a waiting list. It's my belief that we will, because it's a very popular, it's a safe, it's gated, it's safe, it's monitored. There's electrical outlets down there where people plug in their battery tenders. So it's my belief, yes, that we'll continue to have.
Do they charge their cars there?
No, there's not a charger. No, it's like a battery tender, so your battery on your combustion engine car doesn't.
But if I had a plug-in Prius, could I park my plug-in Prius in the garage and plug it in?
No, we do not allow charging because we pay for the electricity. But a trickle charger uses a lot less electricity than a Prius or what have you. So we've historically had, again, we did lose when we raised the fees, I guess last year or the year before, we did lose some tenants, but there were people waiting to take over those spaces. So it's my belief that we'll continue to have a waiting list, that it's a very popular resource in the downtown.
You would be willing to commit that if all of a sudden people started dropping off the list, that you'd come back to us?
Yes, sir, of course. Of course.
Okay.
Okay, and they're hitting the questions. Are there any other questions of Jane?
I have a question for Barb Harari about the forestry permits or tree permits. Hello.
Hi, I was expecting that.
Well, you're here. Could you explain to us the amount of staff time and forester time that goes into a forestry, a permit, for example, to ask for a tree to be removed?
I would be pleased to do that. And if I may, let me go through the three biggies: the tree evaluation, which is the new proposed fee. Then I'd like to talk about tree removal permits and the tree pruning process.
Thanks.
Okay, just one at a time. So for a tree evaluation, as Ms. Hogan said, this was requested 3 years ago. The city council at the time decided to not charge for those services. It was $329. It's now going up to $390. I recall 3 years ago, the Forest and Beach Commission was supportive of that charge for service.
What was it? What was the proposed service? What was your proposed charge 3 years ago?
$329.
The charge that you're now asking for
is $390. The council.
Oh, okay.
So the council 3 years ago said, we will waive those fees. We still provide the service, we'll waive the fees. So this is, a tree evaluation request is quite common. It's been increasing quite more frequently since the storms. Basically what happens is a citizen comes in the door, calls, emails, submits through that work request to, quote, could you just please take a quick look at a tree? So we do. So a forester goes out, takes a look at the tree. Often when they go out to the tree, the property owner is there. They want to have a little chat. We've been doing this for years. We knew this probably for decades. So a forester goes out, does a field condition assessment, talk to the property owner, look up in the database, was there prior reports of issues on that tree? Did we do work on that tree? Was it inspected in the past? And basically at that point, if it's a healthy tree, this tree is healthy, we would, the forester does not recommend removal or would not support removal. And the property owner is satisfied, and that's the end of the story. That's what happens sometimes. Many of the times it increases to the point where the forester says, if you wanted to, if it's unhealthy, it's dying, there's a problem, submit a tree removal permit application, and we'll take a closer look. Or a tree, sometimes it's just a tree pruning permit. So, but there is that initial process to go out in the field. When you go out in the field, you have to go out, you have to park, you have to come back, you have to write it up, you have to, log it into the system. So there is some time and effort from the city forester for that work, okay? So that's the tree evaluation. Moving on to tree removal permit, which is the more elaborate, I'll call it the elaborate. The tree pruning's a bit easier, as I'll explain in a moment. So tree removal permits, let's see. First, it usually starts with the same type of system. Somebody calls, or, hey, do I need to do a permit? How do I get a tree, removed? So yes, you need a tree removal permit application. So it gets logged into the system through our system called iWorks. Goes to the forester pulls it up. They look for, is there a narrative? Is it clear which tree? Many times we're asked for a sketch. There's like, which tree are we talking about? The pine tree. Which pine tree? The one in the yard? The backyard, the front? So there's some back and forth, some clarification of exactly which tree. Then again, the forester will look it up in the, now we use Tree Keeper. Was there any prior information on that tree? Did we inspect it in the past? Was it, that type of information? Then they'll go out in the fields. They'll sometimes have to, if it's in the backyard, they'll have to coordinate with the applicant. Okay, we need access to the backyard, take a closer look at the tree. So the forester will go out and do a condition assessment of the tree, bring it back to the information back to the office, log that into our Tree Keeper system, coordinate with the applicant on any other potential issues. Then it's a matter of, it could be approved, or it could be approved with a requirement to replant upper canopy tree or lower canopy tree. Sometimes that's a back and forth process. What the forester says, look, you have to, take it out of upper canopy tree, replace it with an upper canopy tree. Then, well, why? Where? Where should I put this? Can I do a lower canopy tree? So there's discussion back and forth, typically. And then 6 months, a year later, the forester or maintenance worker will go out in the field to verify that something has been planted. So this is a typical tree removal permit. In addition to that, the Public Works superintendent or his staff will go out during the removal process to make sure that the tree contractors have proper traffic control on the street. Sometimes you'll see that they don't. Like they close the street without approval. So they have to make sure we have a permit, proper traffic control, that the site is cleaned up, that there was no damage to berms or the street or whatever. And then that might be a one-day site visit, it might be a drive-by, it might be a conversation with the contractor, that type of thing. So that's kind of in a nutshell, a typical tree removal permit process. And then a tree pruning request is the same process as before, but a couple things that are less intensive, which is why it's less costly. Let's see, there's typically less communication with the applicant. There's less at risk, because pruning, even a pruning that doesn't go perfect, it's not as detrimental to the urban forest as a tall tree removal. There's no replanting requirements, there's no follow-up. And it's usually a quicker, speedier process. It's easier to do. So that's kind of what happens for those three processes. And I stand by that the hours that we set on those with the consultant on the details is accurate. It's fair and accurate. And of course, it's up to the council to decide if you want to go with full cost recovery or subsidize or waive all the fees.
But I appreciate the detailed explanation, but I'm looking for times, like let's say, even with traveling out in the field and coming back and doing the office work, like 2 hours worth. So if we're talking about $1,600 divided by 2, that's $800 per hour that the forester is charging. I mean, how does this work out?
Okay, well, in the attachment 3, 2, 3. Attachment 2 is the consultant's detailed report. There's many pages. For example, tree removal permit. I don't know what page number it is, but it's buried in the back of the report. It will say Public Works, Director of Public Works, that's me, half hour of my time at my fully burdened hourly rate. The street superintendent, half hour. That's for going out in the field and checking the construction's going well. That's a half hour fully burdened rate. City forester's 4.25 hours at that forester's fully burdened rate. and then a maintenance worker for 1 hour, to pretty much to support the forester. The maintenance worker's fully burdened hourly rate. So the details are in the report.
It just seems really rather high, like you're estimating on the high side of this. I mean, I don't see 4.5 hours in what you just described.
I do. Not all tree permits are the same. Some are much quicker. Some are much more intensive. And if it's appealed to the Forest and Beach and the City Council, that's a different fee. But I don't think that's what is up for discussion. These hours were scrutinized. We looked at them. I met with the public works superintendent. I met with the arborist, the analyst. I feel very comfortable. And again, it's not many hours difference than what we had 3 years ago. It's just that with the salaries and the rates and everything going up, and we added a half hour there, we deducted a half hour there. So that's how it is. And going back to I think it was tree removal permit, if it was not subsidized for these past 3 years, that rate only is increasing 14%. It looks like 422%. It's only 14% if it was not subsidized in the past.
Just seems like an exorbitant amount.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Bob.
Bob, I have a question. If I call you to come out and evaluate a city tree, are you going to charge me that $380?
No.
Okay, so an evaluation of a city tree you're concerned about is a no charge because it
Right.
belongs to the city?
Correct. We would simply log it in and put it on our list of many other trees to evaluate. That's correct.
Okay, and then on the appeal, that's if the forester says, no, you may not take down the tree, the person appeals to the
Correct.
Forest and Beach.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, and then if Forest and Beach says no, and they appeal to City Council, okay.
Right, and that's been very rare. It's maybe once, maybe even less than once a year.
And have we always charged for removal when a tree falls in the public right of way? I guess we have. Okay,
Bob.
thank you.
Bobby?
I just want, if I had a clump of trees and I wanted to see about getting all 3 of them down, would it be a permit for each one?
No. You can cover 3 trees with 1 permit.
And same with pruning, I imagine?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
Yeah, that's a good point, because especially for pruning, it's usually multiple trees. Tree removals is more typically 1 at a time, 2 would be rare. Pruning, 2 or 3 at a time is common.
Thank you.
Any other questions, direction? I mean, there's some other issues in here. My concern is being, as far as the cost, the tree removal. I'm sorry, I forgot about the public, yes, I'm sorry, my fault. Yeah, could we have public comment now? Is there anybody in the public wishing to comment on this item?
We did receive
Yes,
correspondence.
communication from
Yes, sir.
told me.
We have 2 hands raised on Zoom, or
Okay,
3.
we get them on. Oh. Okay, what do we start out with? 941, then we'll go to Tim Toomey, and then Neil Cruz. 941. Are you awake?
Is that Christy Hollenbeck?
I think so.
Ms. Hollenbeck? All right, we'll go to Tim Toomey. We'll go back to 941 in a minute. Tim? Are you able to hear us? Tim Toomey?
Tim Toomey?
Yeah, sorry.
There you go.
There we go. Okay, I'm getting when I try to unmute, it says the host is not allowing participants to unmute themselves, so that might be the issue. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I did send some comments in, but I wanted to just reiterate them verbally here, so I'll go through it quickly and read what I sent in. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Carmel Residents Association Board of Directors, and we've identified 4 recommended cost recovery fee increases that we feel need further scrutiny prior to your decision. These 4 specific proposed fee increases include the $0 to $390 for the new tree evaluation, the 212% increase for the tree pruning permit, the 422% increase for the tree removal permit, and the 146% increase for the landscape plan and check inspection. These exorbitant increases will discourage proactive maintenance and necessary tree removal due to safety, disease, or dead trees by property owners. In many cases, the city fees will exceed the separate cost of the service. And just like maintaining the trees, quality landscape projects should be encouraged, and these new proposed fees don't. Landscape in our village is a fundamental contributor to our charm and character. What justifies these dramatic increases in fees, given that Carmel's proposed increases are many times the cost compared to other local cities? For example, Carmel's proposed tree pruning permit fee is $795 compared to $117.50 in the city of Monterey. Why are the other neighboring jurisdictions cost so much lower? Do they subsidize these fees? I just learned from Jane's presentation that Pacific Grove does subsidize their fees. So in that case, that would explain it. But what are the others doing? And why are our internal costs so much more than the others? One piece of information that I don't have that when Bob was speaking that reminded me of it is that I'm curious to what the fully burdened hourly rate is. Because when you look at it, I can't remember, like the forester, his annual salary is $400,000, plus or minus, from the appendix. It's obviously not a salary. The benefits go into it, but I would be interested to know what other stuff goes into that. There's some other overhead that must be a part of it. In any event, as stated in the staff report, City Council may determine that certain services have a community-wide benefit and choose to reduce fees associated with certain services. This has been the decision of City Council in the past, and they have historically subsidized selected fees, specifically tree permitting.
Tim, if you could summarize, I'd appreciate it.
We recommend this practice continues now. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Tim. Go to Neil Cruz and 258, then 258, then Richard Kreitman, then 4941. Neil?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My concern is with the cost of an appeal, upwards of $2,000 now. I think this should have some special consideration, as it is about members of the public and those who have concerns about projects to have access to raise their objections with the council. And I think that's a very important element of our political process. I understand it may be supported by the costs related to it, but this would be the one that I would suggest we should subsidize if we need to keep it low enough to make it possible for those low-income people that we're inviting to Carmel to be able to raise an appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Richard Kreitman.
Yeah, one thing, is it possible to mitigate the fees for low-income people? Most of the homes aren't even lived in, and the second homeowners, I believe, can afford these fees. Most of us can afford these fees, many more than others, but there are those people in Carmel who've been living in their homes for decades. I don't know how many there are, but there are dozens of scores who really aren't that wealthy and don't have much income. Is there some way they can apply to get the fees mitigated when they need to do a project? Secondly, you have fees for loud party disturbances. I'd recommend we quadruple those fees or more. I don't think they're high enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. 258, you have the floor. Phone number ending in 258.
Going once.
Okay, now 258, last call. 941, are you there now? We'll get some action, 258.
I apologize. Is it okay for me to speak, Mayor Potter?
Yes, you may.
Hi, Michael McWalter, Scenic Road, due north of 11th. Want to follow on I think it's Mr. Kreitman. A few months ago, Marnie Waffle made a presentation on the demographics of Carmel-by-the-Sea, and among her remarks, she said that 25% of the people who live in Carmel struggle every month to pay their bills. I think those folks should be exempt from any tree fees. In fact, we should be paying for their trees to be removed. The second group had difficulty paying their bills every month, and I feel the same way. They shouldn't have to pay anything to have a tree on their property removed, is my feeling. The last thing is, I was looking at Pacific Grove's fees, and their fees are higher than ours, which kind of struck me as strange, for use of another word. But one of my neighbors on Scenic about 10 years ago passed away. Her heirs had to sell the house. They sold it for $4.3 million. The fellow that bought it, he bought the house. Then he proceeded to tear it down, built a new house, took forever. They had to import some special glass from Mexico a few times. So my point bringing this up is that those fees for design review and all the rest of it, when we have somebody come into town that wants to buy a house for $4 million, then you learn that they're going to tear it down. I think all those fees associated with all of that work triple it or quadruple those fees because they can afford it. As far as the other fees, we shouldn't be lowering any fees, keep them the same. And the other fees, we should be, this isn't going to go over too well, but if you can afford to buy a home in Carmel, then all of these fees, which might seem a lot to regular folks, is pocket change. They can afford to have much higher fees, and they won't even bat an eye. So let's do away with the fees for the tree removal for the strugglers, people that are struggling, and the people that are having difficulty. No fee. We'll even pay to take the tree down. But the folks that are coming into town from Silicon Valley, loaded for bear, they get to pay much more in the fee department, and they won't even feel the pain and won't even notice it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. 941, last call.
Thank you, Gene.
Hi, this is Christy Hallenbeck. Sorry, I tried to unmute earlier, and it said the host would not allow me to unmute, so that's why I didn't speak. But I agree with what a lot of the other previous callers said, but I feel like the fees are pretty high, especially the tree trimming fee. And like was pointed out, I think we have a lot of residents that it would be a struggle for. So I think that does need to be addressed. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the tree removal, the tree trimming would be like $1,000, and Pacific Grove is around $160. So that's like a huge difference in price. But anyways, I just think it's exorbitant, but thank you for all you're doing. Take care.
Thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to testify tonight? Okay, not seeing anybody. I'll close the public comment period, bring it back to the council for direction, comments, questions.
I'll start off. For the most part, I agree with some of these fees. The ones that I was concerned with was the lot merger fee. That went down, and I think we're trying to discourage lot merging as a city, aren't we? It seems like that would be higher. And the Mills Act contract, I think that the benefit that a Mills Act person is going to get, that fee went down as well, and I think that fee should stand. As far as the trees go, yeah, I agree that for me, the trees are a safety issue, and I don't want the cost of our city staff to preclude somebody from keeping our city safe. The trees, that's why we do have a robust industry called tourism, and that it's to help pay for these things and subsidize these things. To remove a tree is a direct benefit for a resident. And so I would like to see us subsidize that to the most that we can, if not only nothing going up, a zero increase, but maybe even a decrease for anything that has to do with removal or pruning of a tree.
Any other comments, questions?
Cheryl,
Sure.
chime in. I'm agreeing about the tree permits particularly. I find it really outrageous, and it feels like it's gouging the residents. I mean, it's almost a form of triple taxation. You've got property taxes, sales taxes, and then these exorbitant fees. We need to definitely find something for the lower income people where the city can help them pay to have a tree removed. And as Bobby said, this is a safety issue. I think we, as a city, should subsidize in general the tree thing, because these are not only cost prohibitive, it's going to encourage people to find ways around it, because it's just a huge amount of money. And there are people on fixed incomes, and not everyone is a ultra wealthy millionaire in this town, and these sort of numbers are outrageously high. And another item that I picked up is apparently we're cutting in half from $1,400 to $700 a coastal permit fee, and that I'm assuming is like to have a party at the beach or a wedding or something like that. So we're doing things that are helping visitors have a more affordable experience, and yet we're not taking care of our residents by giving these kind of these numbers are really shocking, and how high the cost for the tree permits, and I really think that we need to do something I cannot support that part of this. So thank you.
Other comments?
Sure. Just a clarification with respect to Bobby and Alessandra's comments. These are just fees for services, right? They're not discretionary. I mean, we're not lowering any of these fees. Like Bobby talked about the I think it was the Mills Act application fee. We're not lowering those fees because we're subsidizing those people. We're lowering those fees because we decided that our costs at processing an application were just lower, right?
Correct.
And we're not legally allowed to charge more than our cost for services.
Correct.
Right? So, I mean, I would agree with Bobby that we should charge more, but we can't.
Right.
Can we? So our only real discretion here is to subsidize some of these fees on the.
Correct. Yeah, we can't make money, and as much as I like Mr. McWalter's suggestion, no, we can't charge some people more. I did. Councilmember Dramoff and I, if I may, sir, real quickly, had the discussion, and I don't have the vehicle for it, but we do have some residents who are on a fixed income, and without getting into their private financial affairs, I'm still thinking about how we provide some kind of a financial venue for them. So, with your discretion, I'll work with Mr. Perrick and see what other jurisdictions have done, because I too feel for the folks in our community who don't have the wherewithal to maintain their trees, for example.
So I think, with regards to like the nature of the fees, I mean, I do think these fees are high, and we had this exact discussion 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks the tree fees are high, and I think what we decided 3 years ago was that the trees were a benefit to everybody in the community, and so we decided to subsidize. We decided that based on that analysis that we would subsidize some of the costs of these permits. And I guess, Bob was talking that we had reduced I guess we did this, we had reduced the tree evaluation, the proposed tree evaluation fee from $320 to $0, and now you want to raise it to $390, which is probably why we have a divide by zero thing somewhere up here on this spreadsheet. But I could see, subsidizing these fees by half. These three fees: the tree evaluation fee, the tree removal permit, and the tree pruning permit. And I could also see, given that, I mean, I would be willing to sort of give you some latitude in terms of your low-income program if you could figure out how to make that work. I mean, I don't understand how you would do that.
Yeah, I would bring something back. It wouldn't be tonight.
Yeah, I would give you a little bit of rope there. I'd be willing to give you a little bit of exploration time to see if you can come something back. But I think we decided, I think it was something like half last time, which is why we're here, and maybe we could do the same thing this time.
I'd agree, I'd support that.
Are you saying half of the new? Or
I'm saying half of the proposals.
Oh.
So
For trees.
390,
For trees.
1330, and 795. And so instead of 390, 1330, and 795, it would be 195, 665, and $400. No, $397.50.
Math in public.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little difficult to track, but you have to look at the reference number, and then you go back here, the pages aren't numbered. So
Yeah.
it's all on SO72 through SO74, pretty much the tree issues, and that's kind of where the costs are broken down by the hour, Alessandra. It's here, but it is hard to find. So I can understand the frustration, but I would support what the proposal that Jeff Reardon's making.
My only comment is on the tree removal permit. You know, you might be asking for 1 tree, or you might be asking for 10 trees, depending on the lot. And it seems like there ought to be maybe 1 to 3 trees, and then, you know,
But Bob said there was an economy to scale there.
with that,
Bob said almost all the tree removals
Yeah.
were 1 tree.
Yeah.
Typically. And it does, council, it does, sometimes we get, a whole series of 1 tree removal, and then we get, a vacant lot that there's several trees to be removed. It's there's no empirical, unfortunately, standard.
and there's nothing here about with construction or not with construction, which it's a different permit. I mean, you have to fill out the permit differently if it's with construction, correct?
Correct, that's right.
That's correct.
So I don't think it's wise to make them so high that people have them removed illegally or pruned illegally on the weekend because they don't want to take out a permit. So enforcement is very necessary, and making sure that the replacement trees is of paramount. And that also takes time, which is not indicated here, because if replacement trees are required, that requires the forester to go out, see that they're there, and follow that up for 5 years. So that fee is part of the removal fee, essentially. And it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that in the middle of a storm, if your tree is weaving, you get a permit instantly,
Yeah.
and I'm not even sure it's charged.
I don't think we go back either. I mean, it's health and safety. Needs to
Is
come
that
out.
correct?
We have that after the fact, permits and emergency.
But have you charged for those?
I don't think we do. No.
So, I love trees. I don't want anything to jeopardize people taking care of their trees, or, like I said, surreptitiously removing them on the weekend, which is done quite often. So I think we might be able to subsidize a little, but I'm not sure by half. Because remember, we didn't raise the fees a few years ago.
Well, I'm willing to make a motion and see how it plays out.
Okay.
So I would make a motion to adopt resolution 2023-076 with these exceptions: that the yearly price for the Norton garage be $2,400, that the tree evaluation permit that's listed at $390 be $195, that the tree removal permit that's listed at $1,330 be $665, and that the tree pruning permit, which is listed at $795, be $400.
Do we have a second? I'll second it for discussion. Jeff, does that include any of these tree appeal costs?
No, I left those the same.
Okay, all right. All right, we have any other discussion?
Jeff, would you consider lowering the tree pruning to like $200? I mean, we're just talking about pruning trees.
Hey, I just paid over $300 or $400 for pruning trees.
Maybe I should let you talk to Karen.
I mean, I'm happy that you're going in halves, but the pruning just, I want to encourage.
So I would have your
know how to
support.
prune it
I would
correctly.
have your support if I lowered it to $200.
Yeah, because
Okay.
255.
yeah, I just encourage people to. I encourage people to come and have a proper pruning job instead of a hack job.
Okay.
And so, because that's my goal. My goal is not for us to recoup our money. My goal is that our forest is healthy and it's pruned correctly. And if that means we have to lower the fees to do it, then let's do that.
Okay. So with the same motion, Dave, I'll ask you to.
The current fee is $255 per permit.
So go from $795 to $400 to $200. What was the?
That's really low.
What was
Existing-
Bobby's number was $200?
Yeah, the existing's 255, and Mr. Richards wants to go to 200.
Or 255. I would.
Okay, 255.
Stays the same, okay.
Yeah.
And
It's the same.
are you willing to change anything on the appeals?
Well, I have 3 votes. I mean, I got my 3 votes, so that's where I am.
Okay. All right, any other discussion?
You know, we don't, yes, this discussion, we don't charge people for the service of going back and inspecting for those replacement trees, which is a cost. And one of the reasons it hasn't been as effective a program is there isn't the time to often do that reinspection. And that has been a sticking point all those years at Forest and Beach. I think it took us 3 or 4 years to get the replacement tree policy, and it has not been enforced all this time. And we won't have a forest if we don't have inspection of replacement trees. So
I promise you, council member, that because Bob and I have talked about that will be something that we're going to have Mr. Ono develop and then maintain. And like we've talked about up here a lot of times, I mean, hiring, Cal Poly or Berkeley or Yale School of Forestry interns to come and check that the trees are planted without being too big brotherish, but just, trying to maintain the urbanized forest is something I'm committed to trying to do.
So I do have my 3 votes, but I have a question. How many appeals to the Forest and Beach Commission do we have every year?
0 to 1. To the
Forest and Beach Commission. I know how many we have to the council.
Yeah, a typical Forest Beach Commission has, say, 4 public hearings, so that's 4
Every
times
month?
12. Yeah, 3 or 4.
No, 4 appeals, he's asking. Appeals of
the forest, almost all public hearings at the Forest and Beach Commission are appeals of the forester's recommendation to keep the tree. So 3 or 4 a month times 12 months.
I just point out that
36 to
that
48.
fee, if I'm correct, grows by $1,210 from 1485.
I would be willing, so in deference to Alessandra, if I could keep Dave and Bobby's support, I would be willing to lower the 2 appeal fees from $26.95 and $24.15 to $2,000. You support that, Dave?
I'd be interested in going a little bit lower, but it's now at $1,485. How about maybe $1,800 for both?
We already have your vote, Dave.
Yeah, but this amendment, you need a friendly amendment to the motion. Need an amendment to the motion. What do you think? Okay, so I can make a motion to amend if you want, but if you'd accept that, you've got it.
What were the numbers?
1,800 for each.
1,800
For the appeals.
Okay. So I'm going to read this out. Norton Garage, 2,400. Tree evaluation, 195. Tree removal permit, 665. Tree pruning permit, 255. And then the 2 appeal numbers to the Forest and Beach Commission and the City Council, 1,800.
Yep, that's what I got.
I believe
Okay.
I seconded it, didn't I? Yeah.
Second.
Yes, you did.
I seconded it, yeah.
Okay.
Good. My second.
under further discussion, I have a question of Bob.
Bob.
I understood that some of the things that come before Forest and Beach are when the forester doesn't want to make a determination because it's a significant tree or it's a lot that hasn't been built on at all, so Forest and Beach sees it because they have to probably approve more than 1 or 2 trees. Is that correct?
That
It's
is
not
correct, but-
always an appeal.
Because it's codified, the code requires that.
Right, so they're
the
not
forester
all,
doesn't-
those 4 things each month are not all appeals.
No, the forester
Okay,
does not
so
have
I wanted to
the
correct that.
authority.
Okay. In the interest of time, we have a motion, we have a second. Do we have any other discussion? All right, no, we call the question.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Jermoff?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Reluctantly, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Well done. All right, well, unless I'm wrong, this may be the balance of business for tonight.
Oof.
I believe it is. Oh, wait a minute, do we want to go to a closed session? We're going to go back to closed session. Okay. All right. Okay.
Councilman Gramoff can't go back.
I know, I realize that. I realize that. Okay, okay. We're adjourned then. Thank you.
Good job. A little longer than expected.
7:50.
So we can finish with the evaluation and bring it back.